Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, the small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is special guest, the censored, the banned, the hooligan, the hoodlum, Adam Crigler.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I got banned again. Well, technically, I just got a strike for a week. So there is a difference between being banned. So, you know, I don't want to be banned, but I did get a strike. Yeah.
You have 1 day, or a 7-day suspension, I guess is the appropriate term related to your
Accurate.
Single strike.
Yeah.
When was your last strike?
I think in like February, I got a strike for something, and it's always the same exact thing I was talking about. The same exact thing. So it's stupid, dude.
Well, at least your 90 days was up. Your 90-day bad boy label was up. So that
was my second strike in February. I got another strike in December. So I had one strike, so it was my second strike. So I was down for 2 weeks. But luckily, I didn't have any strikes on my channel right now. So it's just 1 week this time.
Audio bad. Whose audio is bad? Is it
whose
mine?
audio is it mine or yours?
It's probably mine. I tell you, my head. I mean, it's on the right speaker.
Echo. They're saying there's an echo. I don't hear any echo.
Me either. So maybe who's? I think
people are messing with you.
I hate the chat.
I love your chat because they're brutal to you. Even when I'm on the show, I come on and they're like, "Yeah, grill him," and I'm like, "All right, I'll happily grill this guy."
And I'm like, "What did I ever do? What did I ever do but love you? That's all I did. That's all I did was love you." And no, death to me. Constantly.
To the point of clingy, though, you know, you're a little too, you know what I mean? Like that girlfriend that's just too much.
I don't know what you mean.
Too clingy. I think that's what you are.
I just want to be with chat all the time. I draw pictures of chat.
I just want to be with chat always.
I collect the chat's hair and tie it around my nipples.
Oh. No, I wasn't expecting that one.
You have to have very erect nipples to tie hair around them. I just want to put that out there. It's not every day.
Or
it's not all times.
Or
of the
really
day.
long nipples. I dated a girl once that had like, I'm not joking at all, like 1-inch nipples. They were like stuck out. I was like, what is this?
Didn't
bother me, but
no, not to get too personal with it, but was she small chested or large chested or like
small.
Otherwise?
Small chested.
See, the reason I ask is because back in it would have been the late 80s or early 90s, back when they had all the good shows on or the good movies on Cinemax and HBO.
I remember those days.
Yeah, I remember one, and I don't remember the plot. Eludes me at the moment, but I'm pretty sure the main chick was like a painter, and she was always in overalls or whatever. Okay. But I remember when she pulled her top off, it was like all nipple, and they were giant. I mean, they were like weird torpedoes hanging off her chest, and I was very confused. I was like, this doesn't. And I don't to this day, I don't know how she got the job, because these were long.
Well,
long
she was probably hired before the scene. But like, are you okay with like a topless scene? Yeah, okay. She's like, I totally am.
It was like, it would have been like, are you in for several topless scenes, because this is basically a soft porn movie on Cinemax? And she's like, yeah, in fact, let me
I'm
get
very
my
proud of
monkey bars out.
my monkey bars.
It was so weird. And I want to, I don't know if this just like because I would have been pretty young when I saw this, like maybe 12. something like that. 13.
Is that the
And
day you knew that you really liked big, huge monkey bar nipples?
giant protruding nipples that
You're like,
look like
this
they
is
look
what I
like
want.
switches on a 60s rocket ship. Like,
You're like, I want to be an astronaut when I grow up.
but I couldn't. So I don't know if it was just like my kid brain remembering these nipples like differently. And, it's like, but how do you ever find that? I mean,
Right.
there's no way. But it was, anyway, this is your fault. I blame you for this.
hey, this is a great start to the stream. That's all I'm thinking. This is great.
So anyway, yesterday you announced that you had got, or Sunday you announced you had gotten your strike.
Yep.
And I thought, well, what better thing for me to do than to grift off of Adam's misfortune? And so I definitely want to have him on the show. So I reached out and begged you, please come on the show. Yeah, I saw that.
It was begging. I almost, like, we were talking about that clingy girlfriend vibe I was mentioning earlier. Yo, this guy.
Look, I go hard. If I'm gonna ask, I'm gonna ask with flowers and chocolates and begging and crying.
Wait, I didn't get any chocolates.
Oh,
I got the flowers though. I appreciate the flowers.
I must have sent the chocolates back to Tim. I had the old address.
The old address. Yeah, you gotta update that. That's all right.
But so I was like, okay, well, because I had just been suspended, right?
Right. So you just got off of your suspension, right?
Right. And so I felt a special connection to your plight. And I was like, well, I got to have Adam on to talk about it, because I'm really like getting frustrated with the way YouTube is treating this stuff.
Me too.
I didn't see the video that you put out that got the strike.
Dude, I honestly, I want you to watch it, because I talked to you actually because of my last strike. I went on your show and I was like, it's because of this. I said something and you're like, you've got a YouTube guy that talked to you. And you said, make sure you constantly, whenever you mention it at all, say, I am not a medical professional. I'm not advocating for anything. I'm just, and I did that 3 times throughout the video, the one that they knocked me. And the only thing that could be seen as me
spreading medical misinformation,
anything along those lines, is reading from a government website about ivermectin. And I'm not going to like say what it was, because I don't want to give you another strike. You obviously have 1 strike on your channel now. But I was reading from a government website. I wasn't alluding. I wasn't telling anyone to do anything. I said, I'm not a medical professional. I'm just reading the news. But CNN was wrong, because here's a government's own website saying what it also is. It's not just what they're saying. So,
right. Well,
stupid, dude.
And you don't have to say too much about it, but I talked about this pretty extensively yesterday. This is in the context of the Joe Rogan Sanjay Gupta interview,
right? Which was glorious.
Yeah, and it's been a big embarrassment for Sanjay and CNN.
I'm sure.
Or at least it seems like it.
No, they're not embarrassed. They don't even care, dude. Come on. Well, they're not even thinking about it anymore. They've moved past. The people that watch CNN are like, okay.
Yeah, I agree that I agree that the people that watch CNN have moved on, and that CNN largely isn't. But I mean, the way that this interview is being handled by YouTube makes me wonder, because you know how these big corporations are, they're segmented, right? Yeah. So you wonder if there's a guy left behind on this subject, and they're like, look, we need you to be liaison to YouTube on this thing. And, pressure them, because it's so weird. But the context of the interview is that Joe, he talks to Sanjay Gupta a long time about vaccines and the validity of natural immunity and all this stuff. Yeah. But there's this heel turn in the middle of the video where Joe says to Sanjay, what do you think about your network lying about me taking horse dewormer? Yeah. And that's the mode that is the most important part of the interview, because as I covered yesterday on the show, Sanjay Gupta wrote a follow-up. He wrote a response to his time in the Lion's Den, and he doesn't mention that segment at all.
Not. Of course not.
It's the one with like out of all of the views and listens that the Rogan podcast gets, which is millions.
Of course.
That one has more than any of the others.
I wonder why.
Because it's clipped out, it's shared all over Twitter. It was a big deal, and that's the one they left out. So it's about ivermectin.
Well, because he actually admits and he says CNN shouldn't have done that. So he actually said it, and it's like, whoa! I bet all the CNN executives were like, why did you say that? Like, oh, dude, you can't say that. You can't admit fault and at all, right?
Right.
Which is their medical guy. All right, they shouldn't have said that. So Joe's right. Oh,
yeah, it's crazy because it doesn't make like they handled it so wrong, and you always wonder how people get these things so wrong. It's like, just because Joe Rogan took this doesn't mean that that's what cured him of his COVID AIDS.
Exactly.
Like that, we have no idea. Some people get over it naturally pretty quick. Other people have a really rough time with it.
Right.
The medications vary. This isn't like it's science, but it's not, medical science has so many variables in it anyway.
Well, they don't talk about that though, that there is variables, especially
it's
what those variables are. We're not allowed to talk about.
Only now with COVID do we decide that medicine works 100% of the time the exact same way for every single person.
Right.
And it's like you
for the first time in human history.
Right. You can't even agree if aspirin's a good idea for old people who might have a heart attack.
Right.
But this particular disease and this
I don't know. I think we're borderline drawing on some stuff we can't even talk about, dude. You have a strike. That means, and I have a strike, that we both have warnings. You know that they're watching both of our channels.
Well, they should enjoy.
It's not worth the risk, dude.
They should enjoy the show. At 3 hours, I'll pull my penis out and spin it around for the camera.
All right. So at about 2 hours and 40 minutes, I don't want to take any risks. I'm out of here.
No, I'm kidding, of course.
Sure you are.
I've just been on a tear and lately, and one thing I've noticed, and I've been mildly testing this theory. Everything you say after about 2 hours, they stop listening.
Yeah, you said that the other day. What show were you on? We were on
Flashcast.
Flashcast, yeah.
We were getting the brakes beaten off of us by Yellow Flash.
He was like, "Hey Adam, what do you think about this?" And I was like, I would start speaking, and there were so many people all talking. It was a hot mess,
you just have to talk over it. Everybody starts drinking, everybody gets drunk, and then everybody
Is
gets
that
really
what was going
stupid.
on? Everyone was drinking?
Yeah,
I was the only one. I didn't know there was alcohol involved.
Oh, I only had like one drink, but yeah, Flash gets really he gets. I'll
be better prepared next time because I haven't had any alcohol in a while. So I was dry as a bone. Like, why isn't this a professional interview? No, I'm just kidding.
Were you still there when he got drunk and threatened everybody to come to Nashville so he could beat the brakes off of them?
What? Yellow Flash was?
Yeah, Yellow Flash challenged the entire world to a fight in Nashville.
Oh, not the panel, like the world.
No, everybody who wasn't on the panel, he's like, man, these haters, they're out here on Twitter, they're out here on I'm just saying, show up, I'm gonna be in Nashville. Show up to Nashville. We'll go to a place where there's no police. I'll beat the brakes off.
What?
It was the funniest thing.
Wow. That's a bold statement to say.
This went on for like 2 hours.
That's pretty funny.
It was good. It was good.
How long did you guys go after I got off? Because
I
left at like the 4-hour mark or something.
We got done at something like 4 or 5 a.m.
Oh my goodness, that's ridiculous.
It's out of control. He is out of control.
Yeah, I wasn't doing that.
Incidentally, I'll be hosting Flashcast this Saturday.
Why is he not going to be on it?
Yeah, because he's going to Nashville to beat the brakes off of the entire
to fight everybody.
So I'll be hosting it. A bunch of them are going to be there. I think they'll pop in for an hour or something.
Okay.
But mostly it'll be it'll be me. So if you're interested, hit me up. If you don't have time, it's cool.
If it was Yellow Flash, maybe. I don't know. You
it's up to you. You're on
it's
here
tough
now.
enough being on your show.
I'm not going to do the hard sell to get you on there. I'm just
just
saying.
kidding. Yeah, that'd be fun.
But I'll send you a link if you want to come in. You can.
All right. Yeah, I probably will.
but anyways, that was a nice tangent, but way off subject. The whole point in this though is the reason I was saying that is because the past couple shows, actually the past 4 shows, I've been really pissed off, and I turn it up after the 2-hour thing,
the 2-hour mark, just to test it,
and everything's getting monetized, which is different. It's different than a guideline strike. You can still get a guideline thing, but I noticed something in some of the feedback I got from the from creator support around my community guideline strike, and that was, it said, if the offending content is over 2 hours in length, they will not give you a timestamp for the offending material after 2 hours on the stream.
Interesting.
So if you say something in the first 30 minutes or like at minute 46, they'll give you a timestamp and they'll be like, okay, you said medical misinformation at minute 46, 46 minutes and 23 seconds. You can go back and review it. But if you're over 2 hours, they can't tell you what it was. So
they didn't even give me that. They just said,
that took a lot of screaming from me.
For them to come at you.
Yeah,
give you that info.
Yeah, I went to my partner manager who gave me one timestamp. I went through creator support and yelled at a guy named Joshua for a while, and he
cried.
He always responded to my emails at 4:30 in the morning. So I'm like, oh yes, this is Joshua, probably from California.
Joshua from America City.
Yeah, from America land. So he gave me a different timestamp from the community guidelines team. And that was when I got the feedback that said, please note, if it's over 2 hours, we can't give you a thing. And I was like, manual reviews don't actually go past the 2 hour mark. So
that's because they have to sit there for 2 hours or more.
Yeah. So I just wait until 2 hours in, and then I just start dropping the other F word. Just say whatever I want.
See what happens, or I mean,
just seeing if it gets monetized, and they all have been on manual review. I send them in, and they get monetized. I'm like, I spent an hour.
Yes.
Spent an hour talking about how Anderson Cooper's fisting himself while spewing out fake news. This is getting monetized. Okay.
That's great. The first hour or 2 hours, you just do the most mundane task to just make it so brutal for these people too.
Oh, that should be it. That's the test. You got to start a separate channel, completely detached from anything else, but have people know about it, and then do 2 hours of just the most boring thing ever, putting together
watching paint dry. Here's some paint. We're gonna watch it dry together, everyone, and just leave it running for 2 hours.
Yeah, so you got paint drying, but you're reading the news. Literally just reading the New York Times straight through for 2 hours. And then after 2 hours, you're just like, now let's talk about the and just drop all of the worst words you possibly can and see how many community guideline strikes never come. They would never show up. It'd be great. I believe a good plan.
I like it. I don't want to be a part of it. You can have fun.
I don't know how you'd even
I'll celebrate you doing it,
because Google has such a, they have such a hold on everything.
Yeah.
And everything gets interconnected so quickly. It's hard to actually you'd have to have a separate system set up that's gapped from everything else. But I just wonder. I want to test. It makes me curious to test the limits of their system and expose it.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, we're so
anywho,
I don't know. So I brought you on to talk about that, to talk about the banning, to talk about how they're doing this stuff. But also, I figured we could talk about what's in the news as well.
Sure.
as we get going. But okay, so your strike though was medical misinformation. It's related to the Gupta Rogan interview.
Yep.
And it seems to be related specifically to your discussion of ivermectin.
I think that's got to be it, right? I mean, because I basically go, they're calling it. I can't even
horse dewormer.
No. I mean, to fully explain what I feel like I got a hit for, I can't do it on your show. You know what I mean? So it's like,
no, I get it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't want to risk it or anything. I risk getting, because you already have a strike, so they would definitely screw you up if were to get hit again. So I can't risk.
Yeah, I'd have to send WMDs to your house if you got me struck. I'd be so mad at you. It would definitely not be YouTube's fault for that one.
Okay, good point.
No, it's such a crazy thing because they're literally controlling what we talk about. And what I can't figure out for the life of me is why they're so scared of ivermectin. Like,
I know why. Wait.
Okay, no, I know.
Hold on. I can't talk. I can't say the stuff that I want to say. And that's what's so crazy about this.
That's why I'm going to keep bringing it up and torturing you. This is like Chinese. This is Wuhan water drop torture right here.
I could say this. They can't have an alternative to what they're offering.
Right. No, yes.
Right?
That's what I was.
It is. If there was a legitimate option, it screws up what they're doing and makes them look like terrible people, which they are.
Right.
So, you know,
and
as softly as I could say it, I think that sums it up well. And I feel like chat knows what I'm talking about.
I agree with you, and I think chat does too. The amazing thing is neither of us know if it's actually effective against it. And the reason we don't know
Good point. I never said that it was.
Right.
Even in the government website that I read, it specifically says it has not been used or tested for against COVID-19. And I said that. Yep. I was just saying that it isn't just a horse dewormer. And I feel like they just latched onto that. They're like, oh, well, he said it's anything but a horse dewormer. So
that's the
give
amazing
him a strike.
Thing. Calling what Rogan took a horse dewormer is medical misinformation.
Correct. Well, no, it's not. You're right. You're right. What he took.
Right. Because he took a human prescription pill.
Yep. Exactly.
That is, it's an anti-parasitic pill. That's the use that it's approved for through FDA. Now, FDA is really weird in how they do these approved uses. There's a guy, I went to a speech from him. His name is Howard Root or Harold Root. I can't remember if it's Howard or Harold, but he had a medical devices company here in Minnesota. He was a lawyer, patent lawyer, and then he was doing patents on medical devices. He's like, I could just make these, and so he did. And so they created a company, and then they made stints, right? Different size stints, which the stints go in veins or something. I don't know, to open them up.
Yeah. Yeah, they keep them open or something, I think, right?
Right, yeah. So he had, they have all these different size stints, and there was one stint that they sold as this big, and it was, it's a little thing, like 2 inches. It's almost as long as that chick's nipples from the Showtime thing. But
the Mickey Bars.
and they had FDA approval on this stint. They had FDA approval on the stint, but there was a specific use case that they wanted additional approval for, and it was pending.
Okay.
And so one manager in Colorado has a sales meeting with 3 salesmen and creates a brochure that says that this stint is approved for treatment of this particular thing where it had not been approved yet, right?
Oh, snaps. All right.
For that use. Now, the interesting thing is, there's no record, no evidence ever that this brochure ever saw the hands of anyone other than those salesmen and that sales manager. But and it was not made with authorization of the company. It's like a Kinko's manager comes up with a weekend promotion and just prints something off. That's what happened. And the FDA, or that he gets charged, federal felony charged, and it takes 18 months, and it costs over $20 million to defend the charges. And it turns out the best part about this was, even if everything the government said was true, it wasn't illegal because he actually had the underlying FDA approval. So even though it was an off-label use that they were advertising, that's not actually illegal. It's not recommended, but it's not illegal. And so they went through all this rigmarole. They charged him. It cost his company all this money or whatever. He's listed as an accused felon for 18 months in the newspaper because this is a prominent guy, right? He's the CEO of a device company. And they go through court, and this judge had 0 acquittals in the past 12 months. He's considered a hanging judge down in Texas. They scoped out the judge who was most likely to convict, and they went after this. The prosecution makes their case. There's really corrupt stuff in there too, where one of the chief operating officer, her son was on a student visa. She had an immigrant visa or whatever for work, but her son was on a student visa, and they threatened to revoke his visa and hold him for illegal immigration and stuff. It was nasty. It was what they did to Flynn, right? To General Flynn. They threatened to go after his kid. That happens all the time. That's what they're doing. So anyway, the state makes their case. The defense stands up and says, the defense rests, and sits down. Nothing.
What?
And they won. That's how bad the legal argument was. That's how bad the case was against him. But they won. But it's still, $20 million, almost 2 years of his life, where his name is dragged through the mud. So he sold his company for $1 billion, and then he's like, fuck you, I'm going to tell everybody the government sucks. But it's point.
Who is that? When did this happen?
This would have been in I'll
like a long time ago.
No, not that long ago.
Recently. Okay.
Howard Root, May 4th, 2017.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Recently retired CEO of Vascular Solutions Incorporated.
Vascular Solutions.
Yeah, his book is called Cardiac Arrest, which is very clever if you get the double entendre.
I like it. I like it.
But he's a very interesting guy. I got to meet him for a few minutes and listen to his talk, but it was good stuff. It was not good what happened to him. But the reason I bring that up is because so Ivermectin has an FDA preferred use. It is not reviewed for COVID. CNN has told me so several times in their backpedaling on this interview that Rogan used it, but it's not approved. And the crazy thing is, like we said earlier, we have no idea if this had anything to do with Rogan's treatment. He doesn't say it does. He doesn't say this is why I got better because of this one thing. He never said a cocktail of everything. But it's the crazy thing is what he took. This is a long tangent for this, but it isn't horse dewormer, and CNN has lied about it. And that's the underlying problem, because there is an ivermectin horse dewormer. It comes in a specific delivery vehicle right in the horse's anus. And it's a paste.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh God, I didn't know that.
Shove that right in the horse's ass with like a big injector. Just pump it in there. And it's like that's not what he took. He took a pill, funny. a little human-sized pill, not a horse pill. AOC wouldn't even blink at this pill. That was an AOC teeth joke.
I see that. Yeah, it was good. No, she prefers the suppository.
No.
Sorry. I'm not sorry. Who am I kidding?
Oh my gosh.
Do you think she's got some monkey bars too? Never mind.
No, she's kind of filled out, or she used to be, right?
I have no idea. I don't know, man.
You didn't see the college dancing video of her?
Mm-mm.
because that was like a big thing where the it was like the most humanizing thing for AOC ever. It was this video she made in college with some friends or whatever, and she's dancing around, and she's relatively attractive, in the video.
Okay.
And but no, she doesn't look like she has torpedo nipples or anything.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
It was God. I'm surprised you haven't seen that.
Yeah. I mean, when did she first get into office? Like a couple years ago or something.
Yeah.
I wasn't political until 2020, so I didn't really know anything about any politicians until then. And now I'm slowly starting to catch up almost. So thank you for helping me catch up.
Oh, no problem. Here, I've got it. It's just like a minute long.
All right.
I'm going to mute it though, cause I'm sure the copyright is heavy. So everybody, before you call me a boomer and say it's muted, I know. Here we go. She opens the video. So here she is dancing around or whatever.
Anonymous Q1776.
Anonymous Q1776. The greatest email, the greatest Twitter account ever has been lost.
Oh my gosh.
But anyway, so
wait, they're calling her a nitwit because she's dancing on a rooftop? Like, whatever.
It was okay. So let's silly. This is old news, but let's break this down.
Yeah, she's cute though. I could see it.
Yeah. So this is obviously done by AOC's team, right? Like this was not found by
the humanizer.
Anonymous Q1776. They're like, hey Joe, we need a name that's definitely not a Fed. He's like, I know. Anonymous Q1776.
That'll get him.
That'll get it. And then they're like, yeah, now we'll say Republicans are calling her stupid for dancing in college. It's like, oh yeah, okay, got it. No, that was an AstroTurf, but no.
Now they're going, this cute thing. There's something onto this. We should add to this.
But yeah, so it humanized her. I thought it was probably the smartest thing she's ever done was getting that video out there, because she's very robotic and weird in person, right? Like she's just or I guess her appearances, they're always she's always in her stupid pantsuit or whatever, and she's always got the big crazy eyes and the giant teeth, and she's just going so intensely at whatever stupid issue du jour she has.
It's true, isn't it?
That's how these people seem to be, right? Like they're gonna get their issue, and they're gonna fix it, and they're gonna fix you, and they're gonna fix everybody you ever fucking loved until you get it. Until you get that global warming is the most important thing on Earth. I'm going to pound you with it. And that's how she's so robotic that way, that this was like, oh look, she's actually apparently human from time to time.
Yeah. To me, it looked like she was, I don't want to say drunk, but definitely on some sort of something. Just the way that she was moving and dancing, because of how robotic she normally is, it didn't look real. So it feels like she was tripping or something.
Right. And normally I would counter and just say, bro, she's Latina, but then it's still AOC. So she's not a person, so she can't actually be Latina, right? Like she's not.
Well, human. I believe she identifies as Latinx. Is that how do you even say that? I don't know. I've never figured out. I don't know how to say it.
I don't say it, so I have no idea.
Right? I don't either. That is the first time I've actually attempted to say it out loud, and it felt very weird.
Yeah, it's but you kind
it's
of wonder.
Latino. All right. Even she says it. She's got a perfect New York accent until she says Latino, and then she's Latino, and then she goes back to her.
Well, it's like Obama would do that, right? He's like, well, we're going to have some policy discussions around Cartagena. It's like, why did you do that? That's not how you talk, you weirdo. Okay.
It's the pandering, man. Pandering. That's what they do.
Now that we have,
they can't help themselves.
Now that we have covered the news from January of 2019, man, I don't want to belabor the strike thing too much. I just wanted. Did you have anything you wanted to say about like the strikes, the policy?
There's nothing I could do about it, and the fact that I was so very. I mean, I want to send you the clip, and I have it on Odyssey. It's still up on Odyssey, but.
We'll share it.
I watched it. Yeah. All right. Let me find it.
Yeah. If you just when you get a second, send it in the private chat, and then I'll share it in the main chat.
So what pisses me off is I followed your advice. Like anytime I ever talked about any of these things, I very, very specifically say I am not a medical professional. I'm not giving any advice. I'm not advocating for anything, and I made it very clear to do exactly that 3 times in this video. So nowhere in this video am I advocating for anyone to take it. Am I saying that CNN or that I don't want to like get in trouble or anything, but all right, here's the clip. So it's just frustrating because I did it all correctly. Like I didn't do. I know I didn't say anything, and I watched it. Oh, hold on, it's really loud.
Well, the reason I told you to say that you say that is because that's what their policy actually says. That it says, unless it's accompanied by a countervailing statement, and so you were doing what you've been told to do by me, but I was told by my partner manager after my strike,
right?
That's how you do it. Now, you obviously you can't be like, this will fix your entire life. Except I'm not a doctor. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Right. No, I get that.
Obvious. And I don't think that that's what you were doing with it. Oh, here's a clip. I won't play it. I don't want to run the risk, but here, everybody can check out this clip on Odyssey. The mods can share it around if you want to.
Yeah, that is the reason. This is the clip that got me my 3rd strike on my channel. Luckily it's only 1 right now, so it's not like I'm losing anything.
I played one of the I told you I got a couple timestamps back from YouTube on mine. One of them was so bad that I played it.
It was. What do you mean so bad? What does that mean?
It was so inaccurate.
So like what they were claiming?
Yeah, I got hit for election misinformation.
What?
And yeah, they're still salty about the 2020 election stuff. And one of the clips or one of the timestamps they gave me, I went and checked, and the words election, fraud, votes, dominion, none of those appear in the clip at all.
Okay.
I'm not even talking about I had talked about that stuff a little bit earlier, but at that time I was talking about riots. I was talking about January 6th. I was talking about the January 6th Remembrance Fed party that they had not too long ago. I was talking about the Summer of Love, Black Lives Matter riots in 2020 and Antifa. And I was talking about Fed influence at these riots, like
all the buzzwords.
Right. But the reality about this is you can have a peaceful protest. You can have a bunch of people who are out there not destroying things, not rioting, and then you get a couple instigators and things very quickly collapse into violence. Right. That's how it works. And so I was saying that, nowadays I don't know who's behind any of this stuff. It could be a Fed. It could have been a Fed on January 6th who said, hey guys, let's go inside. It could have been a Fed at some of the Summer of Love stuff. It could have been everybody at the one thing was obviously a Fed. The PTA meetings, I mean, you don't know. So like now we've got these PTA meetings being investigated for domestic terrorism. How easy would it be to have a federal agent go in posing as a parent and them to incite some violence locally and then get all these parents arrested? It'd be and could you trust it? Like, could you trust the news story that says parents got violent at school board meeting? Like, I don't know anymore because we've got federal agents actually doing this. That's what I was talking about. And they sent it to me and I was like, this has nothing to do with the election. This is really dumb.
And it's been proven to be true. They have been interfering. They did have a part in the whole Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping BS. and then there was another plot, I think in Georgia or something.
Had a part in Gretchen Whitmer is a great way to say that, because it's like there's like 15 people involved or whatever, and like 11 of them are feds and 2 of them are fed informants.
By part, I mean like they basically did the entire thing.
Yeah, it's great. It's like, again, we've got all this. My parents actually were near one of these Fed ops one time. They were at a hotel in Chicago.
Okay.
And they were informed that an arrest was made. I think it was at the hotel next door. Like, wasn't the one they were at, but it was right by them. And the guy had he bought a fake bomb from a Fed to blow up this hotel. Was his plan. And so he actually buys like the fake bomb and he plants it at the hotel, and then the Feds get him and stuff. And it was
a fake bomb.
Right. It was, he had put out, people like put out their interest on the dark web or whatever. They're like, I need to make a bomb to death to America, some people or something. And then you always the guy who sends you a DM like, what up, bro? I have bombs. Let me give legal advice to people. That guy is always a federal agent. That guy is never legitimate. But so then he went through, but they had to inform all the hotel guests like what happened, because there's tons of police cars and fire trucks and everything. But yeah, they actually made a fake bomb for this guy to buy, and he bought it and then planted it. So
why wouldn't they just arrest him when he bought it from him? I don't understand. Isn't that enough?
I guess they had to.
Or is that too entrapment? Like, well, I mean, we did try to sell it to him, and then he bought it from us, so we had to wait until he actually tried to use it, and then it was a crime.
Maybe he was just lying to you, and he was actually going to use it to blow up a wild hog in Arkansas or something, right? Like,
okay.
I don't know. I guess it's just, it solidifies the intent to actually commit the act of terrorism
by actually committing to the act,
right? By actually doing it, and just the only thing stopping it is the bomb is completely fake. I guess that's what they do. But it was kind of
and when you put it that way, they stopped terrorism.
Yes, they did. They stopped terrorism,
because he would have bought a real bomb somewhere else.
He definitely would have gotten his hands on a real bomb 100%. That's how it works.
Totally would have.
It's a tough one, because that guy seems like a colossal asshole, right? Like, he did plant what he thought to be a bomb in a hotel to try and blow it up. Like, that guy sucks.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
But at the same time, it's like, would he have gotten this far if a Fed hadn't reached out, made the connections, said, we can provide you, I could get you these bomb parts, we can make it happen. Like, where is the line on that? And it's the entrapment legal line is really, really not strong in general. Like, it is a really hard thing to get an entrapment charge, but morally, where's the entrapment line ethically? Because it's not where I think it is. I don't think. But yeah, I don't know, man. That was weird. But that's what I was talking about in the one clip that they sent me from my stream. So. And I was like, what does this have to do with the election? There's nothing.
Did they even give you an answer to that?
No,
of course not.
No, because the only way you get contact with community guidelines is you talk to someone, they might talk to community guidelines, or they talk to someone else who then talks to community guidelines. So you don't like have a clean chain of command to have the back and forth. They don't want you to.
Yeah,
because they'd realize how bad their arguments are.
Dude, this one is really like the other ones. Like, I've listened to the reasons I got strikes before. Like, all right, I wasn't as informed, and I guess I was trying to allude to, not necessarily. I was talking about what I wanted. Well, the last time I got a strike was quoting Mark Zuckerberg, which is absolutely bonkers. I don't know if you've heard what his thoughts on the vaccine is, but I can't say them.
This is back when when Facebook rolled back its policies.
Right.
And they changed
his policies on Facebook were completely opposed to what he actually believed. And I quoted him on what he was talking about to explain. Ooh. And that was a no-no, because what he said was very, very against what the narrative is. So
yeah, this is this is one of the problems that I have in general with the way they enforce this policy. Reporting on a quote from a prominent public figure should
Yep.
never, ever, ever be misinformation.
Yep, exactly. I wasn't saying it myself at all.
Yeah.
I was
My
quoting the man
my
and calling him
warning,
out for his hypocrisy because Facebook was locking anyone who had hesitancy posts. They were just like squashing those posts.
yeah. Well, my warning is because I covered Trump's CPAC Day 3 speech, and
Okay.
it was what Trump said that got me banned,
All
or
right.
got me the warning. And then I got on my archive channel. I had a full on. I got the same warning over there, but I had a full on strike on my on my archive channel for actually agreeing with Joe Biden. Which was
Are you serious?
Yep, when they
Wow.
they came out and talked about allowing kids to go back to school
Yeah.
without a vaccine because they hadn't developed one yet. And Biden was talking about how the CDC has said that it's not a big risk for children, and so children could go back to school. And this is Biden talking about what the CDC said. And I said, yeah, the CDC has known that children are the lowest risk group for a really long time. This makes sense. And they struck me for that. And I'm like, I'm agreeing with the president of the United States and his CDC. And well, how can I get a strike for this? Like, how can that be medical misinformation when it's coming from the experts,
That's
the
ridiculous.
trusted sources? So that's
Trusted.
my well, listen, they trust them. That's what matters. The YouTube trusts Joe Biden and the CDC. Doesn't matter what anybody else says. And I wasn't being snarky about it either. I was actually saying this is a good move. This is what it should be. Kids need to go to school.
I agree
They
with
have
that.
to. If you're going to have a public school system that and have our society sculpted on this idea that these are how these kids are going to be trained up and socialized, well, then they got to go. Like, what parents are depending on it, those students are depending on it. And so I was actually supporting that, and boom, strike. So but I firmly believe that covering the quotes and positions of prominent public figures should never be, especially politicians, should never be misinformation. That's insane. Like, what?
Right.
How do you talk about what's going on in the world if you can't actually talk about it?
Exactly. Got to be able to talk about everything, not just politicians. Doesn't matter. You know, it's like it's a form of public shaming when we're like, they're like wanting to get rid of people who have crazy ideas. But it's like, if we don't have crazy ideas to compare the sane ideas with, you know, they're
right.
You're not allowed to like show what sane loses its meaning almost, right?
If you don't have insanity, then sanity doesn't matter.
Right.
If you it's the whole idea, like, how can you judge goodness if there is no evil, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
The complex problem of God creating evil to make good demonstrable or something. But okay, let me read through some of these early super chats, and then before I lose them, and then we'll get into some news. I definitely want to talk about a certain 4-star admiral.
Oh my God, I saw that.
Baron Sky says, if you need liquid release, I have 2 holes I'll allow you to stick your meat in. I'll let you pick the Sona donkey, horse, fox, or weeb cat ears and hole.
Oh,
I don't know.
That's for you, right?
No, it's for you. It says, actually, I didn't read this at first. It says, for Adam Crigler, I'll let you release. I don't know what that means, but it's horrifying. Eldritch Blasted says, so what keeps y'all sane during these trying times? Well, what keeps you sane?
I don't know. I feel like I'm slowly losing my grip on sanity. This strike is really I don't want to say I'm defeated because I'm not, but it sucks. This one sucks because I did everything right and I didn't do anything wrong. I know that for a fact this time. You know, like before I knew I didn't do anything wrong either because I was quoting Mark Zuckerberg. But this time I was very specific. I was very adamant to say that I was not advocating for anything. So it's so clear to me that I am on the, I don't know, the list. You know what I mean? Like the watch list of people that they can't have because I have a platform and they know that I don't follow the narrative that they want being followed, that I need to be pushed down. And I know Google does suppress people and manipulates the algorithms. I had a Google whistleblower that worked at the company for 8 years, Zach Voorhees, great guy. And he was telling me, he's like, yeah, Google has this, and they upped it and went really into this dark place when Trump was becoming trying to be president in 2016, and then when he became president, they went psycho because they didn't think that that was a possibility for him to become president. And so I know that they manipulate the algorithms. I know that if you don't follow the narrative, you are shunned and just, I don't know, not demonetized, but devalued on the Google ranking system and YouTube ranking system. So it sucks, this, and now I can't even tell my followers, the people that watch my show all the time, daily, they show up for me and it's amazing. I can't even tell them because you're not allowed to post on your YouTube at all.
That's what so it just incidentally occurred that I got my strike on Friday, and I had a pre-scheduled, I have a bi-weekly meeting with my YouTube person, and that was on Tuesday. And so when and the thing we've been talking about for the past several months is we've been having a little back and forth. She wants me to promote my YouTube memberships.
Okay.
She's like, you're doing great on super chats or whatever. I just think you should really promote this membership thing. And I'm like, I have a locals, which is like Patreon, and I like locals. It's got this cool functionality. And she's like, well, you could build the community, your entire community here on YouTube. You could just do it here, do it all here. So when we got on that phone call, I said, about that membership thing.
Yeah. And you make more money on memberships on locals. So they take much less of a cut, which is great.
They take less of a cut. But the thing that I pointed out to her, I said, I right now cannot post for 7 days. I cannot give my members access to any of the exclusive stuff I promised.
Yep,
I can't.
That's true.
I can't make community posts to talk to them. I can't tell them what's going on. They can't engage with me in any special way. They don't get exclusive uploads. They don't get anything for 7 days. Are you guys going to refund them for that quarter of the month? And she's like, well, no, they don't do that. And I was like, Then I said, I can't in good conscience promote YouTube's membership as a platform. It would actually be it would be so nice. It would be so nice and easy to be able to faithfully trust that YouTube would be like an appropriate single vehicle, because having everything it's way easier to have everything in one spot than in like 5. Every spot you add is work, and it's less content creation. And so it's like, I would love to, like, if YouTube were viable and wasn't censorious, I would happily do everything on YouTube, but you can't because something like this happens. I got the exact same feeling that you got, because I went up and I told my wife on Friday, I said, they banned my channel for a week. And she's like, what'd you do? And I was like, I said, I didn't do anything. That's the thing. I didn't break the rules. That was the most dispiriting, disheartening thing is I'm like, I know I did not do what they said. Exact same feeling you had. It's like, not defeated by it, but God, it just sucks. It's like, no, you're trying, because any self-censorship it's a compromise. Right? Like, we have to compromise a little bit of what we believe. And it doesn't matter if it's like a big political thing or just a little thing like, oh, well, I won't say this list of words, even though I might not say them. I definitely won't. And that's a little compromise you make with the platform. And so then to have that compromise betrayed, that just sucks.
Well, and I was listening to you on a show it wasn't Flashcast. It was last week. You were on with someone. I don't remember exactly what show you were. Maybe it was just the day you got back, I think was, and I tuned into your show. You were by yourself, I think. And you were talking about how you make money on YouTube, right? And all these people are like, oh, you guys should, get on alternative platforms. And it's like, you don't make money over on alternative platforms. It's not viable for me to pay my mortgage on an alternative platform where I have 4,000 followers on Odyssey, where I have almost 200,000 on YouTube. It's like, and YouTube, I monetize there, and I can actually like make a living. I can't do that if I just go to an alternative platform. So it's not, and you've got 5 kids. Is that?
Yep.
Big pop over there. Yeah, but it's like, they rely on you. There's you go into another platform. I don't know if you're guaranteed to make the amount of money that you make right now. I'm not sure what you make, but I do know that the monetization system of YouTube is very works
very lucrative.
It's good if you have a good following, that people that show up for you. And I know that you do here on YouTube. Like, these people show up, and it's awesome. Not saying that they wouldn't show up in these other platforms, but
there's always a drop. There's always a drop off. It's because you can't communicate to everybody effectively.
Hold on. There's a difference between you going to an alternative platform and every single person that watches you going to that said platform as well. People aren't taking that into account. Oh, just move to another platform. And then maybe that person will follow you, but will all the rest of the people follow you and move to this platform? Or are they going to go to DLive? Are they going to go to Rumble? Are they going to go to Odyssey? Are they going to go to where else? Well, I watch stuff on Rumble, so you should go on Rumble. Well, I'm over on DLive, so I would prefer you going on DLive. Well, most of the population are on YouTube right now.
Yeah.
And it's just a fact.
And the other thing is that also means that most of the advertisers are on YouTube. And
that's another good point. Exactly.
Like, because Rumble monetizes with ads, but it doesn't do as well because they don't get the quality ads that YouTube gets. They don't pay the same. Exactly. Someone in the chat asked, how much can you make on YouTube monthly? And the answer is the sky's the limit. My friend Doug, I could talk about what I make if people are super interested, I guess. My friend Doug Tenaple, though, in December and January, he made one of those months, he made $150,000. And then he was on par to basically December, January had a huge spike in political content because of the election. But then he stood to make about $35,000 to $40,000 a month on YouTube. Just doing 4 or 5 minute videos, several of them a day on these political topics. He had figured out how to spread these videos through the algorithm very effectively. And so he was going to make between $35,000 and $40,000 a month, and YouTube shut him down. Gone. And the reason I say he was going to make that is because he was making more than that, and it was trending downward towards that as equilibrium.
Right.
I've had months where I've made close to $30,000 in a month. Those are very big anomalies, but I make over 10 grand a month on YouTube. Nice. And it's no surprise, guys. You can look up the super chat playboard statistics on the show. It's all out there. You have to take 30% off that number because that's pre YouTube cut. And you might have to take more like 45% because of the Apple cut. Do you know about the Apple cut on super chats?
No, I don't.
Okay, so if someone is watching your show on their iPad or iPhone,
okay,
through the YouTube App Store app, right? And they send you a super chat. You know that all Apple transactions, Apple takes a 30% cut through the Apple Store, right?
Wow, that sucks.
So if someone gives you $10 in a super chat from Apple, Apple takes the first 3. So now you're down to 7. And then YouTube takes the next $2.10 off of that. So you're actually on a $10 super chat from an Apple device, get $4.90 as a creator.
That's nuts. Wow.
It's great. But yeah, so the hard thing, and I'm looking at my Odyssey wallet right now, and it seems to be broken. I'm missing a ton of Libri coin. So I don't know. It updates weirdly. But no, there's just no things just don't work as well on other platforms, and this is where the most audience is. And if we constantly, this is one of my problems, if we constantly surrender the mainstream to just do alternative media, then we'll just be an alternative media. You'll never have access to mainstream opinions. You'll never be able to change minds. And that's
a good point.
That's
It'll create
the
echo
issue.
chambers, right?
And the right has been surrendering the mainstream public square for 60 years.
That's a good point.
And we can, it's we can do it, and we can build our own alternatives, but if they're always alternatives, then we're always out of the discussion.
Exactly.
So I just there's a lot of arguments against it, although I really am strongly considering simulcasting to Odyssey and managing the dual streaming setup, because
can you do that on YouTube and be monetized on YouTube?
I think so. I've used to do it when when Stream Me existed. I used to multicast to Stream Me at the same time. But I don't know. I guess I haven't checked the terms of service. On Twitch, you cannot.
Right.
If you're a part,
you can't.
Yeah, if you're a partner on Twitch, there's a 48-hour license, so you can't.
I'm not a partner on Twitch, although I would like to be, because
how are you not? Don't you have like a bunch of people that follow you and do a bunch of streams?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe one day I'll be partner. I don't make it a focus of my time, and I haven't Twitched in a long time, but it was the only thing that I was missing was the average of 75 viewers or more.
Leon's Law says Viva does Rumble, YouTube, and locals at the same time. Viva has natural Canadian cocaine in his veins. Have you ever seen the man? Like, he can focus on 55 different things at once. And I'm not saying that he takes drugs. I'm saying that he wakes up with maple syrup injected into his body in such a way that he can manage that. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. Bad Vibe says, if you went bald tomorrow, we wouldn't notice your nose. Touche. Matt K says, Melinda's husband uploaded 2 more videos about you today. Also caught the epic Melinda rant today. We need you to read all of her filings. Don't care if you go crazy. Suck it up, boomer. Well, I'll think about it.
Who's Melinda? What am I missing?
Melinda Scott is a crazy lady who.
Enough said.
I have to start off like every description of people with that, but no, she has a Kiwi Farms thread, and she does not like that, which many people do not like having a Kiwi Farms thread. But in response, she has sued the owner of Kiwi Farms like 5 times now, in different lawsuits, and lost all of them. And so since I've covered why she lost, she doesn't really like me. And her husband, who's like her 95th husband at this point, he's like a sovereign citizen guy, and he did a video about where I was wrong. It's like, I'm explaining why you lost. This isn't a matter of right and wrong. This is the easiest thing in the world, because the judge tells you why you lost, and I just get to translate. I just get to translate that into normal people speak. He's like, no, you're wrong. I'm like, no, I'm not wrong. Like, you did lose. But anyway, so he's now done apparently 2 more videos. I'll have to check him out. Reaver Barash says, catch you on the replay, Raggets. Hope you tell somebody to kick rocks again, to put it cleanly. I did yesterday suggest that there are a bunch of people that I would not cry about if they died. And in fact, I would be happy about it.
Brutal.
Well, they deserved it.
I'm not a fan of that kind of talk.
I'm normally not either, but some people made me a little angry. And here's the thing: when people revel in the illness of you and your children and want you to actually die, then I'm not going to shed a tear if they do.
All right, so they started that.
Oh yeah. And I'm not instigating here. Why would I instigate? I don't have time to instigate.
Why would you instigate?
Why would you?
Have you met yourself?
But but honestly, do you have time to instigate? Like, do you have time to go out on Twitter and find someone to pick a fight with?
No, in fact, there's some dudes like coming at me crazy.
Oh, who?
Do you know who Rocco is?
Oh yeah, I saw no, I don't know who Rocco is, but I saw your tweet about it and I was going to ask you, who the hell's Rocco?
Yeah, let's talk about this for a little bit. This is perfectly in tune with what you were just saying. So this guy used to work for Vice when Tim was working for Vice. And he was some sort of, I don't know exactly what his position at Vice was. All right. So Tim was starting some Subverse news company. He crowdfunded a bunch of money. And
yeah, I had him on the show about Subverse.
Who, Tim?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Back when he had he was considering suing Studio Foe because of the Subverse porn video game.
Oh, he was gonna sue them? Oh my gosh. Anyway,
he came on the show and we talked about it, and I was like, I don't know if that's the best idea. I think that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
But
anyway, so he was working with Emily. I don't really know these people, to be honest. I know that Emily, and she's the one that had the cat that everyone was like, oh my God, he stole the cat, which is not true, by the way. Tim was doing Emily a freaking favor by taking care of that cat for him. So it's so stupid that she threw Tim under the bus for it. Anyway,
that whole story seemed bonkers.
Yeah, dude, they're definitely crazy. This girl, Emily, and Rocco, they've like teamed up to do this, like, Tim's the most evil person in the world and we got to bring him down. And somehow I was put on some sort of email list for the company of Subverse, which, for the record, I never had anything to do with. I've never been involved in. I don't know why my email was put on some sort of list in that company, because I was never working for that company. I was never part of that company. I never would have wanted to be part of that company. But Rocco has it in his mind that two things: that I have some sort of Chinese botnet being run out of Arizona, and two, that I am some sort of, like, I don't know, like, that I'm like harboring Tim's secrets about the whole thing. And it's like, he keeps like tagging me on Twitter with these crazy freaking statements about, and like, oh, well, look at this list, it's got your email on it. So, and I'm like, what the hell does that prove? I don't know what that list is. Like, it's an email address. Wow.
All right, I agree. I agree.
Literally all it is.
No, I'm on this guy's side. No.
Chinese botnet. I didn't even know what a botnet was until he said that I was a part of it. And I'm like, what the hell does that even mean?
Yeah,
I still don't understand. I don't either, dude.
Is it like you create fake viewers or something? Like, is that what it is?
Oh yeah, that's what he was saying, that Tim was defrauding the investors of Subverse by fluffing up the numbers or something. And I'm like, no, Tim, I've worked with Tim. I've saw behind the scenes. I know how much money he made per month on YouTube. And I know that the numbers that he pulled were because he worked the algorithms the way that they and understands the algorithms.
Yeah. Well,
Subverse, it's as simple as that.
Subverse was is it still around? I mean, it's
oh my gosh. So his own brother claimed that he stole the company from him.
Yeah, that was great.
And sued him and tried to, dude, he even turned the lights off while we were live on air, like in studio. He hacked into the like the Alexa app and shut off the lights in studio while we were live on Timcast RL. Yeah, that guy lives in that house now, by the way, and is working with Tim.
Wait, his brother?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, that place is a freaking mess.
Yeah, because I talked briefly to both Tim and his brother when they were having the big public spat, and I didn't invite either of them onto the show, but I was thinking about it, and I wasn't going to invite one and not at least invite the other. I thought that would be rude. But like at the time, and I didn't follow up after, like, with anything, and so it seemed so bloodthirsty between the two. It was like really, really a bad situation to hear now that they're working together is kind of crazy. But so okay, so the Subverse, I can't find it though. Does it exist on YouTube?
It's Scanner now, I think. SCNR.
Well, they had to, because I type in Subverse and all I see are big titty robot 3D animated chicks from the video game. That's all.
Didn't they like add Tim into that game too and make fun of him or something?
Yeah, they created a character, Dim Fool.
Dim Fool with like robot or like lobster hands or some weird.
Yeah, and a beanie.
A beanie lobster. Yeah, I've seen that actually. Someone posted it in my Discord. It was pretty funny.
That's great. But yeah, no, so it was, I mean, it wasn't like a blow the doors off everything website, but it had very organic looking numbers. It's not like this website was getting 30 million views a week or something.
No, not at all. Yeah, Tim wanted it to be like an impartial news site, which is definitely not what it became. It was like they right in the middle of 2020, they started posting like pro Black Lives Matter stuff, and Tim was like, what the hell is this? This is not impartial. You guys are taking a stance. Like, you can't do that. That's not what I wanted. And they're like, basically, F you, Tim. And he's like, no, it's my company. That's not gonna work for me.
Yeah.
And then they had this fallout. I mean, I really wasn't a part of any of that, because I was just doing Timcast IRL with him, and I'm like, keep me out of this freaking drama. I don't like drama. Of course.
Yeah. Now we know.
I can't say it. Oh my gosh. Sometimes I forget that the world doesn't really know what happened.
Yeah.
in that house. And I'm like,
one day if you could just stop getting strikes, you could actually tell the story.
Yeah, YouTube. That's the only reason I haven't said anything. It's because YouTube just keeps giving me strikes. That's it. So
no, but okay. So my point and where we got on this tangent was, I don't instigate fights with anybody, because that would require the time to go out and pick a fight.
Oh yeah, good point.
Once you get to a certain level of like daily, it's like just daily interactions that you have to do on social media, right? Like, so I wake up, I check Twitter, I check locals, I check Discord, I make sure my channel's still there in Creator Studio. Like, all before I get out of bed, I have to go through these things. It could take 30 minutes to an hour just to make sure everything is functioning and I've not been banned on all my accounts.
Yeah, good point.
And then you have just, a couple hundred to 1,000 notifications that are there. And for some reason, Twitter tells you everybody who likes your stuff, they give you notifications like, Jesus Christ, I don't care. I don't need a notification for every like, please.
Yeah, I wish you could turn that function off.
Right. And so
I know there's just like the mentions part, but I don't know.
It's not, it comes out weird. You miss stuff.
Yeah,
I've
exactly.
noticed. So like you have to filter through all of these different things and check it all. It's like, I don't have time to go find someone to fight. If you see me posting something where I'm going after someone, I'm either reacting to them tagging me, or someone has like sent me a specific thing that they're like, hey, you react to this. And then it's like, oh, okay. But that's it. So don't you dare call me an instigator. I'll instigate some shit all over you. I'll get Rocco on this show to expose the truth of Adam Crigler.
Bring it on. Yeah, sure. I'd love to watch that guy freaking spam whatever nonsense he thinks. I guess Tim brought him on the show before, actually. And like, I don't know. I guess he sounded pretty crazy. People were like, oh yeah, that guy was on the Timcast show and it was kind of weird. It's weird that what he was saying. It was like he was trying to entrap Tim to like admit something, like, here, look at this information. Isn't that funny, Tim? Tim's like, no. I'd never watched that show. Because I went from being on it to not, and so I won't watch. I can't listen to the sound of some people's voices on that show, but
I can't listen to it, and I was never employed by it. It's,
yeah, you can imagine.
I just don't have time, right? Like, Again, my entire life is a function of time. People are like, oh, you wouldn't go on this show. And it's like, well, I probably would go on this show if the timing is right, if I have the
Yeah.
time to do it. That's the main thing. I don't care about like sub counts and stuff like that. I'll just
You know
go
what
have
it
a
is
good.
you know what it is for me? I don't want to be influenced by someone else's like viewpoints on things. Like a lot of people are
Yeah.
like, they'll send me the quarterings video on something that I'm gonna talk about. And I'm
Mhm.
like, I don't want to go watch his video and then like be influenced. Do you know what I mean? Because like
Yep.
everyone who's talking about stuff has their own like good point that they make, you know, and like I don't like being influenced by that. I just read the raw news. Well, every news is biased in some sense, right? So
Right.
I try to get I see what people are talking about, and then I'm like I do my own research on it so I can come to my own conclusions and then talk about it.
Yeah, I don't want to watch even aside from the influence thing. I just don't want to watch content about what I'm going to talk about. Like I'll
Right.
just talk about it
Right.
anyway.
I already know about it. Why would I want to watch someone else talk about it?
Yeah, it's
I
it's a
feel that.
weird thing. No, all I watch is like cooking videos, and I've been watching Dark Souls stuff lately. I don't know why. I don't even particularly like it, but it's like it's cathartic. The videos are 20 minutes long.
Have you ever
And
seen what is the name of it? Is it Happy Souls? What do
no.
you mean by Dark Souls stuff?
Oh,
Like,
lately I watched a guy do these different challenges. Like he beat Dark Souls using only sorcery or only archery, only
oh, that's fun.
shields.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's cool.
that type of stuff. And he's pretty funny or whatever. What always gets me is like how these guys edit stuff, and I'm like, God, I wish I could edit video. Then I'd be less of a loser. Um,
Nah,
uh,
I don't think editing would help you there, dude.
the AV club wasn't cool. I thought those are the cool kids. Reaver Bar. Wait, no. Bad Vibe says, consider this: Canada is denying those without the jab health care, but they didn't care when people warned government would be playing God. Well, Canada is screwed.
Yeah,
Like it's
I can't believe what's going on over there. It's crazy.
well, I mean, that's not to bring this back to what I've talked about a million times, but that was my issue with COVID was I couldn't get any treatment. I couldn't get anything.
Really?
Like I couldn't get the antibody infusion. They said I wasn't fat enough, I wasn't old enough, I wasn't a smoker, and I wasn't diabetic, so they wouldn't give it to me. And then I was like, but what about literally any other drug? Like
Yeah.
I asked about ivermectin, but I also asked about a steroid. I asked about and a what's it called? The fucking it's a derivative, amoxicillin, derivative
Uh,
of penicillin. Because I
okay.
was like, I probably have a secondary bacterial infection. Some of these symptoms are more related to like respiratory issue that's not COVID,
Yeah.
like a lung thing. And I eventually, after I recovered from COVID, but was still having lingering symptoms, was able to go get a steroid, which was great because then I was pissed off for 5 straight days.
I
But
know you were coughing for a while there, actually.
yeah, but it
After.
worked really well. I wanted to get it during COVID when I was having these issues. I'm like, because I couldn't move, I was so tired. But you couldn't get any treatment. And even when I set up appointments with the doctor for me and my wife, they canceled them and said, go to the ER. Because my thought was they wanted hospitalization stats or something. I couldn't figure it out.
Probably.
I'm like, I'm not in an emergency situation. I don't need to go to the ER.
And
I'm
it
good.
costs so much more to go to the ER. Like, why? No, I don't want to go. I'm good. It's not an emergency.
Yeah. It's like I'm going to live through tomorrow just fine. I would just like to be a little more comfortable doing it. So if you could give me mescaline or something.
Do they
Towers
prescribe
Comics.
that?
No. maybe not at your doctor. No,
Yeah.
I have no idea. Towers Comics says, shout out to Clown World. Everyone gets some ivermectin and some Bitcoin. Oh, damn it.
I didn't say that.
I disavow YouTube. I disavow.
It was a super chat, YouTube.
Bitcoin isn't real and should never be bought, and ivermectin goes in horses.
I hear it's based in India.
Ivermectin?
No,
or Bitcoin?
Because it's not a real place, according to you.
Oh, yes, correct. Oh, okay. Well, I was trying.
Did the mask drop a little? Did you actually acknowledge India as a real place?
I just was wondering if you had heard that because again,
From you.
India was created by 4chan. So if 4chan was creating ivermectin as an India meme, that'd be even funnier. Like that would be greater. It's like once women take ivermectin, their shirts just fall open. Johnny Stovall sent a rainbow. Thank you. Stephen F says to Adam, worst part about Timcast IRL is his routine panel. When Ian speaks, I turn the channel. Occasionally okay for someone good, not often. Thoughts?
What are my thoughts on that?
Yes.
I don't. Tim, it got exactly what he wanted. He's the biggest brain in the room.
There you go. Perfect. You know, I don't know Tim personally, so I'm not going to say the follow-up joke to that. Sectus Gaming says, hey, Sir Commodore Crigler, can you go ahead and hit me with a fatty roll of the 100-sided dice? I'm betting all my schmeckles on the ill-fated 69.
Well, I don't have the 100-sided die, but I will roll the 20.
I'm not going to get a 69 on a 20.
No, he actually sent me the 100-sided die that I have. Because
ball?
Yeah, it's a freaking like big, like huge ball. It's crazy.
It's like a golf ball with divots.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
What did you roll on the 20?
Want me to say, or do you want to guess?
14.
It was not a 14. It was a 6.
6?
So if anyone guessed 6, congratulations. You won nothing.
You won nothing. You get nothing. And you should be embarrassed and go join the AV club. WhereX says, Nick, will you have a drink with me? My best friend died today. I regret not going to see him this summer, and now I can't see him ever again. We knew each other for 25 years, ever since we were kids.
That's a shame.
Yes, I will have a drink with you, WhereX. Cheers to you and your buddy. And may his passing, the wounds of his passing fade, and the strong memories of his life remain. Peace. Man, that sucks. A lot of loss past couple of years.
Sucks.
And we can't lose George Takei. Like, why can't we lose some of these other people? That's the thing that bothers me. Like, I've got a list to send to God. Be like, next time you're thinking of someone good, how about Lena Dunham? Hypothetically.
I don't like it.
I'm joking.
I know you're joking. It's just not my vibe.
Yeah, that's right. I'll have to remember that. No death wishes while Adam's on the show. Don't do death wishes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah.
What about
Kim
Jong-il or whatever?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like the thing that they say. It's like the people on the left wish ill and wish death on others, whereas the people they wish death against the people on the right, whereas the people on the right tend to just think that the left is misinformed, you know, and
yeah,
Kim Jong-il or whatever his name is, you know, he grew up in an environment and has been fully, I mean, you know, he freaking went to school in Switzerland or some shit, so he knows exactly where he's at. But like, what would me wishing him death do other than make me feel like an asshole? You know what I mean?
What if God is just waiting for you to wish the right person death, and then it's like you get drunk and you have an offhanded comment. You're like, yeah, Greta Thunberg's stupid. Wish she would die, and then she does. Then it was all dependent on you saying it. Like,
would you feel like an asshole then?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That would be terrible. I would. I'm wondering what person out there Adam Crigler would actually sign off on the death of. That's what we need to get to the root of this mystery.
Yeah.
Like who would you like? You're on Supernatural, the show, right? And you're with Sam and Dean, and you got this crossroads demon, and they're like, all right, Adam, we've got this person. We need you to sign the document, and this person will off. Like, I want to know who you'd sign the document on. That's what I want to know. There's got to be somebody, right? Like,
I'll put my own name down.
Like that guy who raped a woman for 40 minutes on a train the other day. Like that guy doesn't.
I would have done something. I think it's ridiculous that everyone was just standing there watching. Like, the hell is wrong with these people?
Yeah. Yeah, don't they go on the list? Like, don't we want to save them over, or like have them not survive so a cancer kid can?
Well, now you're changing it though. Now you're saying to save someone or to justify why you're adding this stuff, and it's like, you know, it doesn't matter.
I did say we could trade like a good person for like the list, the Death Note list.
Oh yeah.
Like you call in an audible, like the safe's about to fall in like a Nickelback video or whatever. The person's life bar is counting down to 0. And then you're like, pause. And then you Photoshop the other person in and the safe crushes them instead. Like,
you know, I can honestly say that I've never seen one of their music videos.
You've never seen a single Nickelback video?
No, the most I've seen of a Nickelback video is the meme where the guy's holding up the photograph, because I didn't even know what that was about. When someone said something about a photograph, I'm like, what does that even mean? And they're like, you don't know?
Look at this graph. That's the best freaking edit ever. Okay. All right. Have you seen what's going on with Steve Bannon?
A little bit. I know a little bit about what's going on. Something about they're trying to take him down, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've been going after Bannon for a long time.
Yeah.
Long time. But so the Congressional Committee for January 6th has subpoenaed Steve Bannon. And now they just voted today to hold him in contempt for defying the House subpoena.
Oh my gosh.
So let's see. The House committee investigating Jan 6 attack on U.S. Capitol on Tuesday evening unanimously approved a criminal contempt report against Steve Bannon, an ally of former President Donald Trump, for defying a subpoena from the panel. Now, the interesting thing, I haven't checked into this, but I've heard claims that basically the panel doesn't even have the authority to issue subpoenas. But that seems weird because I think panels do tend to have the authority to issue a subpoena.
Yeah.
So that one's interesting. The 9-member committee made up of 7 Democrats and 2 Republicans, and they're very Republicans. Liz Cheney, I think, is one. And who's the other one? Is it that Adam Kinzinger guy?
So not real then is what you're saying.
Oh yeah. Here, let me see. The Jan 6 committee. I can't remember who all the active members are. I know the co-chair is Liz Cheney, or the vice chair. The chair is Benny Thompson. Who people may remember Benny Thompson because he was suing Donald Trump independently in civil court over January 6th when he had to drop that lawsuit so that he could chair this committee. Which is great. Yeah, it's Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney are the 2 Republicans on the committee.
They're the most Democratic Republicans out there.
Yeah, it's beautiful. There's and there are five vacant minority positions. The majority is Benny Thompson, Zoe Lofgren, Adam Schiff, Peter Aguilar, Stephanie Murphy, Jamie Raskin, and Elaine Luria.
Oh my goodness.
Luria. Jamie Raskin was the chief impeachment representative from the House. 3 of them are from California. God, what a mess. Okay, so you don't know too much. I was just
yeah, I didn't I'll be honest. I'm taking kind of a break from news right now.
What are you talking about then? What are you looking at?
I'm not talking about anything. I got freaking blocked for a freaking week.
Yeah. Okay. So you just started your break from the news when you got blocked.
Well, usually it's on the weekends. I try to take a breather from, the news. And then, Sunday is when I got my strike. So I'm like, all right, well, no show tomorrow, whatever, this week. Luckily, I'm doing Friday Night Tights. I was already going to take off on Friday to join their show. So it kind of worked out well.
It's a good show.
Oh, I love those guys. They're hilarious. So, I just kind of like, what am I going to, research stuff. I'm like, oh, I'm going to talk. Well, I can't talk about this. So, I'm just going to relax and chill. I feel like it's a rare vacation because I don't vacation really. I don't go on vacation. It's a Monday through Friday show that I just do constantly. So I'm kind of just taking it easy and taking a break and enjoying it. If what else? What other choice do I have?
Well, I just didn't know if you, because I do the same thing. I don't follow up with the news if I'm not going to really be talking about it that much. It gets tedious and depressing. But this is good news.
Is some truth right there. It is rather depressing.
But this is not. This is good news.
This
right
is not,
here.
This isn't depressing.
No, this is the funniest thing they could do. Right?
Oh my gosh.
Rachel Levine, transgender official sworn in as a 4-star admiral. This is Adam. This is the first female 4-star admiral.
It's a man.
How dare you?
I'm sorry. That's a man.
What are you talking about? That is there's piercings going on here. That's
I don't care anymore, dude. That's a man. That is a man. And I think it's absolutely bonkers.
But it's the first woman.
It's not. It's not. Women should be pissed. Women everywhere should be pissed. They should be super pissed.
Dr. Rachel Levine is now an admiral of the U.S. Public Health Service Commission Corps. Dr. Levine, appointed by Joe Biden, is already the highest ranking openly transgender official in the U.S. She describes the occasion as momentous and historic during a swearing in speech on Tuesday. May this appointment today be the first of many more to come as we create a diverse and more inclusive future. She said in a speech that paid tribute to other LGBTQ individuals who came before her.
Oh my goodness.
It's just Stephen Wright. Like, that's all it no, it's Judah Friedlander. That's who it reminds me of.
Oh yeah, Judah. Just throw one of those hats on and you got it's his sister, ugly cousin.
Oh my God. It looks just like Judah Friedlander.
It totally does. Man, we need to make a Saturday Night Live but based version, because Saturday Night Live sucks now. I grew up in the days when Saturday Night Live was hilarious, and they would have been making fun of this shit every freaking week. They would have had a skit where they would have had a clearly a man and wearing a 4-star general outfit and with a wig on, saying, I'm so proud to be the first woman 4-star general.
I'm gonna
guarantee they're not gonna touch that this Saturday.
No, look at this, guys. I'm pulling up a picture of Judah Friedlander because, like, I watched 30 Rock a lot.
Love that show. Great show.
Yeah, and I remember seeing this Rachel Levine person. I don't remember why, but a while back. Look at this. Tell me that is not the same person. Where did it go? I mean, you just make it. It's just him after seeing a ghost.
And gaining like 40 years, 30 years or something.
Well, this is an old picture of Judah. All of his pictures. I didn't pick up a new one because he has so much facial hair. And I wanted to get the facial features. God, yeah. So it's amazing.
It's funny.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, so they have 6,000 uniformed officers and is tasked with responding to health crises like the coronavirus pandemic and natural disasters. Oh, good. Secretary of Health Xavier Becerra. Oh, wait. What is this? What does this person look like? I always like to judge the Secretary of Health and body shame them. So that's what we're going to check out here.
Well, it's funny. This person does not look healthy in the slightest.
Okay, Xavier Becerra, though, he looks like a healthy, normalish individual. I guess I can't body shame him. It's like what was that one country, Belgium or whatever? Their public health minister was like 600 pounds. This giant woman, and it's like, how are you gonna get on TV and tell people about healthy living? You look like K2. Like, you can't do that.
Right.
Let's see. So
all this this is what we're talking about in our army, and what China just was it China who just did their new ballistic nuclear missile that went into the freaking lower atmosphere around the freaking planet.
But they said it wasn't a nuke, so it's fine. I don't know why. China said,
sorry,
Adam,
there's no nuke in it now.
Adam, China said there's no nuke and nothing to worry about. It's
oh my
fine.
God, dude. It's pissed me off, man.
Oh my God.
This is what we're focused on. Taking women's spaces and giving them to men that miss. I don't even know what their deal
fathered
is.
2 children.
There is such a thing as did that person fathered 2 kids? Is that right?
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I don't know. I think Viva Frey was talking about it, and he had made the video, and by the time he had actually uploaded the video, the Wikipedia article had been changed and edited to no longer say fathered 2 children.
That's funny. He probably referenced it though and has it in his clip. I'm assuming he does.
I think so, but it's
Viva's
okay.
Pretty good.
But it's like in New Zealand, right? The women's Olympic athlete of the year in New Zealand was the trans woman powerlifter.
Yeah, Laurel Hubbard or something.
Who failed miserably, like just absolutely terrible. Did not perform in any way, like didn't podium at all, didn't even come close. And they're like, this is our best female athlete. It's like, oh, really? Like you didn't have any women who did anything good?
Dude, that person sucked as a male weightlifter.
Yeah.
Sucked. Didn't do anything until 2011 or something when, oh, you know what? It's that freaking South Park where what's his name?
Randy Savage.
Randy Savage.
I'm Helen.
I'm going to go kick some women ass. It's like, dude, that's exactly what happened. And then he broke the record. Whatever. It's a guy. The dude broke the female records. Cool. Congratulations.
It's Alana Mclaughlin, right? Have you seen Alana Mclaughlin, the fighter?
No. Is that the UFC?
Goodness.
Wait, the UFC dude? Well, I didn't know the name. Yeah, okay. I know who you're talking about.
The former Marine Special Forces.
Did they break oh, yeah. Right.
Not the one, not Fallon Fox or whatever.
Not Fallon Fox. Oh, Fallon Fox broke the girl's orbital, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's who I'm thinking of.
Here, let me
God.
I love this. This is the funniest picture to me. So this is Alana Mclaughlin, and this is back when she was like Alan or whatever. This beast of a dude.
Wow. And then that was after they became a woman then on the right?
Yeah, the pink hair. This is post-op or whatever.
Wow.
I mean,
well, I don't know if you saw, I did a, you don't watch other people's stuff. I did a segment on, they came out with a study that has now proven officially that biological men have an advantage. They've been studying and it's a thing. They've proved it. It's just, all right. That is abuse. That is assault. That is an abuser beating the shit out of women, and saying it's with a shirt that says "End trans genocide." My goodness, which is another myth that they.
I'm the allies. You are the Axis. No, it's crazy town because I could have saved them so much money on the study.
Right.
They could have come in my house. And he goes, hey, Nick, we're trying to figure out, do biological men have an advantage in physical tasks? And we said, yes.
Yeah, duh. The study is not for you and I or for most of the people in chat. We already knew that. Duh. Come on, people. Of course. The study is for us to show the freaking crazy people that think that it's not true. That think that, oh, no, I could take hormone blockers for a year and then see my testosterone levels is now here. It's like, sure. But your freaking body structure didn't change. You still have a freaking man body. Fuck out of
Yeah,
here with the shit.
it's the shoulders. It's the shoulders. And
The
here's
arm length and the size of your hands. Like, I've got freaking man hands. Like, I couldn't be a freaking woman. Like, what are you gonna change your hands? How do you do that? You got big old mitts. You know?
Yeah.
I'm so stupid.
No, I love it. The test of this is simple. You take just an average male and an average female. I'm not talking like a big person or a little person or anything like that. And you give them each a pull-up bar and say the first one to complete a pull-up, or let's say the first person to complete 2 pull-ups wins. The man will win 10 times out of 10. The crazy thing is, no matter how hard the woman works, she might never actually be able to do a pull-up because of the way our muscle structure and the shoulders are different.
Mm-hmm.
Some women can develop broad shoulders and do pull-ups and stuff like that. They always look a little weird, right? Like, it's like, oh, okay. Why do you look like you can kick my ass? But a guy will get up there and you struggle and you try. This is funny. It was great. When I learned how to do pull-ups, I was talking to my buddy who's a lifter and stuff. I was like, okay, what do I need to do pull-ups? He's like, get on the bar and try over and over, and your body will just do it. And it was true. Yep. Like, by the end of the day, I was able to do like 2 pull-ups in a row, and then it was building up from there. And I didn't do any like warm-up exercises or building up to it. It was just get on the bar and start pulling. And I'm not like a big, strong dude, obviously, right? I'm not a big, strong muscle guy, and I was able to do it. Lady Rackets was in terrific shape, trying very hard, working with like the boosting things to help, to take some of the load off and stuff. I don't know if she could ever get to doing a full pull-up, even after months and months of work. I'm pretty sure she never actually made it there. We're just built different. And it's these people's refusal to accept that there are basic differences and that those differences are okay. I can't do the splits because my scrotum will rip in half. So like God split women so they could do the splits easier, right? Like, he made it simpler for them. For men, there's always that risk that you're going to spill out your testicles all over the floor.
Well, guys want to go in between the legs, and girls, that I don't just.
Okay, let's get a little dangerous here. Look at this. Oh no. So we've got rising COVID cases around the country because of course we do, right? Or this is BBC News. This is NHS. So that's England, right?
Yeah.
But this is coming. It's coming everywhere. It's coming everywhere. When does this end, Adam? You're a prophet. Well, you used to be until you cut your hair. When does this end?
When does it end?
Can it? Can pandemic measures, I'm not talking about the illnesses, okay? We're not talking about COVID itself. Can government pandemic measures end? Can you see a future where they don't exist anymore?
I can see it, but I think we'll get there eventually. But I don't think it's going to come anytime soon. Trump called it out the other day. He was like, how do we have more deaths from COVID this year than we did last year when we didn't even have a vaccine? And it's like, that's kind of a crazy number. And then when you add into the fact that the nursing home deaths and the fluffing the numbers and the motorbike accidents and the bus getting hit by a bus accidents where people are counting it as COVID deaths, it's like, take all that into consideration, and somehow still we have more deaths. Like, what is going on here? What is happening? And it's like, they don't want this shit to end, dude, ever.
Yeah, that's what worries me is you're more optimistic because you do see a potential end to it. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know how. And maybe to be fair, maybe this is how Asians felt during SARS, right? When they're all walking around, and many people in Japan and Korea will still wear a mask, or would still wear a mask before COVID, due to sort of the lingering SARS sort of issue. But maybe that's how they all felt, and things did relax later. But the way I see it, I'm like, I don't see a point in which the government changes their position on this stuff. I just can't. I
agree.
I can't picture it. I can't fathom what that would be. I get if we have like a voters revolt and we replace a bunch of people in charge and get some real policy changes, that we could in fact do it, but I don't see the path to it. That's what worries me, because what metrics? So here we go. NHS Confederation said ministers' Plan B backup strategy, including mandatory face coverings in crowded and enclosed spaces, should be implemented. UK cases have been rising sharply, but deaths are well below the winter peak. Government says it has absolutely no plan for further measures, but is keeping a very close eye on the data. I don't believe them.
Right. I don't believe that either. But deaths are well below the peak. It's like cases, see, there's semantics games that the freaking media plays and the politicians play.
Yeah.
Are award winning. And what really sucks is that it fucking works. There are so many people that just have their entire worldview set in stone, and everything that these people say just reiterates it, and they go, "Yep, I'm right." So you can't even give these people, like, that's the real problem, is that we don't have enough people, because half of the people already believe that this should continue. They're begging for it to continue. These people have them blaming me and you know, right. and people that aren't vaccinated. It's like, dude, that it's not our fault. Just because I'm not vaccinated doesn't mean I'm infected. I'm not infected. All right.
Well, I was.
And you were. So now you have antibodies in your system. You have the cell memory that I've done a lot of research and to understand the human immune system and what viruses are and what they do to the human system. And you're pretty well off right now. Right.
Yeah. Right now I'm in good shape. That was, so we were talking about the wishing death thing, but I wasn't, to be clear, I wasn't wishing death. I was just saying I wouldn't shed a tear. But that was what sparked it. Was someone blamed me for giving my whole family COVID, which was weird because I got COVID from one of my kids. Right. And then they said that it was my fault that my kid got COVID. And it was because, and look, these people obviously are just idiots. That's fine.
And assholes. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's an asshole thing to say. Like, fuck you.
Right. And I had a bad day yesterday, so it kind of set me off. But the whole thing, though, that particular person was being an asshole, but there are a legitimate amount of normal people out there who think that, who act that way, that somehow you are responsible due to your bad choices from a viral infection. And it's like, but do you understand how viruses work? It's not so simple as to say you could just avoid all contact with anybody. Because that's the crazy thing. We homeschool our kids, so they're home.
So where'd they catch it then?
We have no idea, right? Like we had sometimes a relative will come over to our house, right? Okay. No one came over with COVID that we know of, but who knows? Someone's asymptomatic or whatever. They come over, they say hi, to the kids, and then one of them gets it. Who knows? You can't tell. That's the thing. And that's what is baffling to me, is not that we have the government being stupid and taking advantage of this, because government always pushes towards power. That's a government's function, is to amass power to itself. So COVID is a perfect opportunity for government to do what it does best. Yeah. And it's like a law of physics at this point, that's what governments do. But that's not what bothers me. What bothers me are the people who think that people who are unvaccinated shouldn't receive treatment, for example.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's horrifying. I'm like, these are your neighbors. These are your coworkers. These are your friends and family. And in many cases, it's family. I mean, there are people in the chat who have talked about their their actual family fabric being torn apart over disagreements over vaccines.
It
It's
sucks.
like vaccines are going to overcome your like sibling relationships, your parent-child relationships as adults or whatever. And it's like the indoctrination has been so effective on this.
A couple of my best, some of my best homies are telling me that they've got serious issue. I mean, it's not just the vaccine stuff. You know, it started with Trump too. I mean, the whole division started a long time ago because, you know, a couple of my friends hit me up. They're like, hey, like, it's cool that you're voting for Trump. Like, I like that. And I see all these people attacking you that we all know. And like, for the record, they're all assholes. And I'm like, well, thank you for saying that, you know, and
that's a bro thing to say.
But they're going through the same shit now because they're like, yeah, I don't want to get it. And everybody's looking at me like I'm some sort of like devil, like I'm infected and like should be shamed. And it's like, it's so insane because when you look at the statistics and the risks involved and you weigh the assessment of getting it versus not getting it, it's really just for yourself. That's really the key.
Yeah, and it's
I don't want to say medical misinformation or anything. I'm not trying to
get
you in trouble.
Someone can reasonably look at a chart of the risk factors involving deaths and severe infections and go, I am okay with this level of risk for my age group. And I mean, if you're under 40, especially if you're under 40, because I'm pushing 40, and that's where the bar graph starts to go. You know, it starts to get up a little bit. But when, you know, if I were me and I were 65, you know, I'd have a very different opinion. You know, there'd be a different internal conversation going on. But I'm not 65. And I'm in pretty good health. If I had if I had diabetes, if I was you know, that would be a different question too. If I had diabetes, I'd be having a very different discussion with whether or not I should have a vaccine. That's the whole nature of health. Is it's supposed to be individualized. And the crazy thing is, all the people on the left specifically who are anti this personal choice, I mean, they're the same people shrieking over things like Roe versus Wade and the idea that the government can come between a woman and her doctor. Right.
Which is almost the exact same thing, just a different subject. I'm sorry. It is literally the exact same thing.
In some way, the one difference I'll say is that there is another life in there that doesn't have a voice.
Not according to them.
Right, not according to them. So yeah, correct.
So it's even worse.
Humbly corrected. Yeah. It's that's what's amazing to me. It's not the government stuff. It's the people who want it. The people who have you been following the shenanigans of the Canadian pastor Artur Pawlowski? The get out, Nazi, Gestapo, leave, go.
No, I don't know what's happening.
Oh, so you don't know about this. All right. This is good. I gotta reshare the screen with audio. So this is a while back around Easter, and the Canadian Health Department showed up at this Canadian church with the Polish pastor Artur Pawlowski. And here's his
response. Okay. I think I've seen this. Yeah. All right. I've seen this. Yeah.
This property. Immediately get out.
Get out. Get out of this property immediately. Get out. I love this guy. Well, did you
he's not wrong either. He's not wrong.
He was 100% right. He's 100% right. They have no business in there. And I don't care if people are religious or not. There should be some level of sanctity in some type of building, be it a religious organization, be it a club that you're a part of or whatever. There should be some place where you can go for sanctuary and repose.
Yeah.
I'm not saying people have to believe in God,
right?
You know, maybe they have their satanic temple. I don't care what it is, but that I'm okay.
Freedom of religion, you know. It's Canada, but I don't really know the laws or anything. But
and if people are afraid of the R word, we could just say freedom of conscience. That's enough. That's what they mean by freedom of religion. It's the ability to not have your conscience interfered with by government on your deeply held convictions.
Right.
And so his court case finally wrapped up in Canada. This is what I was wondering. So I'm guessing you are not aware of
what
happened.
I haven't heard of him since that moment.
It's beautiful. He's been fined 23,000 Canadian dollars, and
what?
He has been ordered by the court to preach science as part of his sermons. Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
So when he talks about stuff, he has been ordered by the court that he has to inform his congregation that health experts disagree with him. It's the contravailing statement from YouTube, right? But turned up to 11 and with the force of a Canadian judge behind it.
How is that possible? How is that a thing?
I don't know. I don't know how it's a thing. Like
I'm in shock.
I would like to say in America that wouldn't happen, but I'm not so sure anymore.
Wow.
Because it's easy to just blame Cucknadia,
and
just say, well, it's Canada. They hate everybody. They hate their people. That's understandable. They don't like freedom. They don't understand it. But then really we've got the judge. There's that judge in New York who just took away a dad's visitation rights because he wasn't vaccinated over his 3-year-old kid. And the judge said the severe risk of infection to the 3-year-old child means that the dad wasn't acting in the best interest.
That's so messed up.
But
didn't that happen in Chicago? And then because of the backlash, the judge canceled that statement.
Yes,
took
and then
the daughter away or something.
Yeah, that judge canceled the order and recused herself because of the public backlash. But so far, this New York order stands. Guy is not vaccinated because he had allegedly he had a bad reaction is all it said, to a flu vaccine before. So he's skeptical, or a flu shot, I should say. It's not a vaccine for the flu. Although under the COVID things, they might label it a vaccine now.
Good point.
But so he got a flu shot, had a bad reaction to it. His doctor suggested, he was probably not, the best candidate for a COVID poke. And so he didn't get one. And then
according to his own doctor.
Yeah. He's following his doctor's advice. And the judge says that it's irresponsible and it's not in the best interest of the child. And the kicker was, I would disagree with the judge, but I could see the logic if he said, if this guy dies, it's not in the best interest of the child, right? He's harming that's a problem. He's not going to be able to pay child support. He's not going to be able to be a parent.
Good point.
I could at least see that. But the judge's reasoning was that the dad infecting the 3-year-old was the giant risk to the child. It's like, do you know how again, my kids
those are those people that I was talking about. They're so brainwashed, they're so set in their ways in this narrative that they can't see outside of it. They're incapable of changing their everything. So it is a threat to humanity, this dad, like the nerve of this dad to not just do everything in his power to have that done, to go get that.
Yeah.
So messed up, man.
Gerard, the answer to your question is that's not in any of the files, any of the news stories that I've seen. There's nothing about any complicating conditions for the kid. And that's the crazy thing. Again, from personal experience, COVID went through my whole family, started in the kids, went up to us. The reason we didn't know that our kids had COVID was because it was like a sniffle and a sore throat for a day.
For them.
For them, it was the easy, we thought they just had a cold.
Yeah.
And then my wife and I got it and we were knocked out for like 8 to 10 days each. I mean, we were just miserable. Sorry, that's an old meme. Just laying in bed in pain, coughing and with extreme fatigue for 8 to 10 days. And it's like one of our kids had like some raggedy breathing one night. She woke up. It was our 4-year-old. She woke up and I was like, I might have to take her to the hospital. But then she calmed down and fell back asleep. And when she woke up in the morning, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and was perfectly fine. I was like, oh, okay. Well,
that's good. I'm really happy that your family got over that quickly.
Yeah, the kids were, like I said, for us, it's like we didn't even know the kids were sick with anything special. And so for the judge to come out and be like, oh, this is a huge danger for kids, like, bro, that's anti-science. That's anti-medical fact. And this is the misinformation that is routinely supported is the scariest part to me. Like,
right.
We can't have an honest conversation about it.
Exactly. I mean, I'm like, we got 30 seconds until we're after 2 hours. So then we could really start talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah. You ready to drop those pants?
Dude, I've been watching this freaking clock. I'm like, it's almost 2 hours. I'm about to go ham in freaking 10 seconds.
That's right. Okay, we have to get the Adam Crigler profanity bingo card. We need fisting. We need analingus. We need let's craft an insult.
Oh man.
Super Iron Bob says also hilarious. Levine and Mark Milley played football together in high school.
Yes, they did. They went to the same high school together.
Werex says, thank you, Chat and Nick. Adam, is Tim above or under 5 feet tall?
It depends on where you're standing. But
and how funny the answer needs to be.
I was like, do I make fun of Tim? Nah, I just don't care anymore. He's like 5'7", 5'8", or 5'9". I don't know, 5'10".
Yeah,
he's shorter than me.
He doesn't.
He's like 5'9". I don't know.
He's not super tiny, but that one picture of him standing next to Vaush and Charlie Kirk makes him look like
tiny.
He looks like Kevin from Home Alone. In that. It's like these two burglars have been ravaging my house.
You know, Vaush was scouting the place, dude. Did I tell you about that?
Yeah, you said he was like outside looking around.
Yeah, that creeped my wife out, and I was not okay with it. Yeah. And nobody knew he was there yet, which is like, what, dude? You're letting this guy roam around the property, your castle that you like bought, so no one would know where you are. You're gonna bring this dude?
He's just looking for beef jerky, you bigot.
Yeah, sure.
Have you seen Vaush, the latest Vaush stuff? I do not watch Vaush because I don't either. No. I don't want cancer. But the big kind of controversy lately is he's been defending Hassan Piker.
Okay, why? Right? Because he's an actual capitalist and not a socialist,
right? Yeah, but Vaush has been like coming up with the convoluted, like the Pravda defense of the capitalism of Hassan.
Well, you see, you got to understand that this and that and blah, 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 more shit coming out of his mouth. I can hear it now.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, it's actually still socialism though, because blah, blah, blah. Because
it's not. What the fuck?
It's so, well, he's right. It actually is
stupid.
It is still socialism because, but the answer is simpler than Vaush makes it. There's just always an anointed class in socialism that reaps the income disparity.
Right.
Like there always is one.
Well, that's true socialism's never been tried.
We'll put all of you on an island and you can all try it out. And when you come up with the good solution, you can bring it back to us. That would be fun. I'm okay with this plan, right?
Yeah.
We can.
I don't know if they are though.
We can give them. What's a good island to give to socialists? Like not a meme island, like not Greenland, right? Because like what would they do? But like New Zealand or something. I don't know. Like a nice place where they could have a chance at creating some sort of society and let them try.
I don't want to ruin islands, man. They're gonna ruin the island.
Yeah, well, I said New Zealand, so a better place for them would be smaller. You wouldn't want to get rid. Well, New Zealand kind of sucks in its own way.
So you would acknowledge New Zealand's a real place, right?
Yeah, New Zealand's fine.
Okay, but not India.
Lord of the Rings was filmed there.
All right. Okay.
I mean, how do you deny New Zealand's existence?
I don't know. How do you deny India's existence? That's you, man. That's
Have you
not
heard
me.
about India?
What? Yeah.
They had to have a public service announcement to stop people from drinking gasoline.
Seriously? Are you serious? That's a joke, right? Oh my god.
What was it? Was it?
I mean, you got to think,
Rama?
dude. Hold on. You got to think, right? We have 335 million people in America, right? And we all know about Florida Man, right? There's a reason Florida Man is so well known. It's because Florida, they don't have anything hidden as far as their court cases or any illegal activities. They have to report everything. So Florida Man, that's all right. Let me just get this out. So Florida Man is crazy. Everyone knows about it, but that's what we know about, right? And I bet if all crimes were made public information that we could see, we would be like, wow, America's got some pretty fucked up people. Now take India. They've got what, 1.2 billion people, right? So they've got four times the amount of people.
All the men have the same haircut too.
Right. All the men have the same haircut. They're all, and I mean, from what I've learned about humans, there's always going to be an asshole. There's always going to be a nice guy. There's always going to be someone who's fucking crazy that you can't trust to hold the door open for you. Like in every single society, there's always going to be like the different types of personalities there are. And there's always a crazy Florida man. So I think, India, like, all right, so some dude was drinking gasoline. Like they're stupid people.
I got my fake country wrong. This was actually Australia.
Oh wait, so it's Australia you don't think is real? Is that is that what I'm thinking of?
Both India and Australia are fake. That is true.
Where are you getting your information though?
Where are you getting your information that they're not fake?
My wife has been to Australia, and I trust her more than I trust you.
Did she fly the plane?
Did she fly the plane?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. So that's pretty interesting.
So where was she then? Where was this magical land that she went to?
Idaho. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Does it matter? It could be anywhere.
Idaho is landlocked. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
They went along the coast. I've been to Idaho. They don't freaking talk like Australians there. You think it was like a whole TV set?
Not in the part that you went to.
Oh,
Adam's a Fed here. We got to watch out. No, it doesn't. The point, I don't know if it's Idaho. I don't know where they put this fake Australian place. All I know is that it's an op. And so that it's definitely not real. But no, so they're both not real. They have different reasons for not being real. But it was Australia that has the no gasoline thing for the Aboriginals, apparently.
Okay.
They were teaching the Aboriginals. It's like a song. The Rama Rama song. If you type in Rama Rama Australia, or it's called Don't Be Rama Rama.
And what Rama Ramas are the ones that drink gasoline or something?
Yeah. Here we go.
That's so weird. What the hell?
Okay, so there's a government website. This should be safe to read about it from Australia.
No, dude, hold on. I just want to let you know.
No,
did exactly that. I was like, this is a government website. It's literally saying that they didn't use this stuff and test it yet. I said that. That's the crazy thing.
No, I know that was the joke. Fuck, so here we go.
Annoyed at that still.
It sucks so much. I'm just laughing because of how shitty it is.
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh God. Sorry for the epilepsy. So here it is. This is from Australia. Don't Be Rama Rama online video. The Don't Be Rama Rama video was produced by Warburton, Western Australia community members with help of Muso Music, Indigenous hip hop projects, and Red Dust role models. Provides a community specific anti-petrol sniffing message.
Sniffing. Oh, not drink. They weren't drinking it.
I'm pretty sure they were also drinking it, but yeah, so this is okay. If you were going to make a fake country, wouldn't you have a fake government entry that involved creating a video to keep your people from sniffing petrol? It's amazing.
Sure. Let's go with that.
Okay, so also Nick, which is funnier, the ninja attacking the Air Force Special Forces or the Norwegian tapping into his ancestors? Okay, I know about the ninja story. Do you know what the Norwegian?
I don't know about it.
What is this Norwegian ancestors story? I did hear that some Norwegian town just fired their necromancer, or some
Seriously.
What was that necromancer story? Hold on,
That's
let me
funny.
find it. Necromancer news. Get a bunch of Blizzard stuff. The New Zealand. No, it's New Zealand. Fucking New Zealand. Look at this. This is real. The New Zealand city of Christchurch, which is a little morbid that Christchurch had a necromancer, is firing its official wizard after keeping the necromancer on its payroll for more than 20 years. Here he is. Here he is. This guy has been paid by the city of Christchurch to be a wizard for 20 years.
Not only that, there was a necromancer getting paid. What the hell was his job? That's what I want to know.
Let's see.
What did he do?
Ian Brackenbury Channel, better known as the Wizard of New Zealand, is being retired from his city's tourism lineup. He's based in Christchurch and has served as the city's wizard for more than 20 years. Drew a paycheck of $11,000 a year for providing wizard-like services to the city.
That's not that much.
But look, I can do bullshit for $11,000 a year.
Hey,
that's a side
wizard-like services. What does that mean? You have to show up to Christmas or birthday parties. I don't know, oversee covens. Yeah, new covens celebrating their maiden witchings. I don't know.
He's got a disciple, Ari Freeman. Now in his 80s, the wizard has found a disciple, Ari Freeman, who helps run the website. Also appears with.
Please click on that website. Please go to their website. Come on.
That's a good idea. It's a Facebook website.
Oh, that's not.
You're going to a link outside Facebook. I don't want this up. Follow the link.
Yeah. Oh
Here
my. The fun revolution.
Jack's Adventures in Ideology Land. That's his second ebook.
Wow.
Introduction to the Wizard's World. Look at that.
That looks like a home. That's probably something he drew, or it's a light. I'm guessing it right now. That was something his wife made for him.
Let's see.
Is he holding like commandments? What the hell?
I don't know. It says wizards. www.wizards.gen. It says the website wizards.gen.new Zealand.
Wow.
Okay, so
go to adventures. Let's go on an adventure here. Oh, that's not creepy.
Articles and media report. Ah! Lucky I had that muted. That was really loud. Articles and media reports of the amusing real-life adventures of a wizard in the modern world. So these are just his...
What the hell does he do, though?
Wizard's house burned down by a maniac. Couldn't you lightning bolt him or something? Like, couldn't you kill this guy? Idea.
Look, wait. Oh, look at it. No, you got it right here. Look, so you got the list of all the stuff, right? Home, podcast. Look at the very bottom.
Bad actor.
There it is. We've got it.
Be warned, you shouldn't be here. Be gone.
That's it. Oh, they have a link for that. They have a whole thing. Look, if you don't believe that I'm a real wizard, be gone, sir.
Oh God, this audio. Oh, it's brutal. You know what?
Oh, is there audio on the website?
I'm not going to suffer in silence.
What? Oh, you mean you're gonna make us listen to it as well?
Here, let's. Here comes.
Oh gosh. Oh jeez.
I've been dealing with that the entire time. Every time you click on anything.
Oh, go somewhere else. But let me get off first. Hold on.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Keep clicking.
Where?
No, just close it. I don't want to. I can't do that to my ears.
Girls just want. These are his ideas.
Girls just want to have fun.
Highly original ideas you are not likely to find elsewhere. So we've got: is science rational? Romantic love and marriage in the post-industrial age, the inside-out universe. Girls just want to have fun. Reuniting physics and metaphysics. Double dilemmas. This one's not available. Journey to the center of the universe, a thought experiment. Well, let's talk about women. This is my favorite thing to talk about. New ideas about women. Here it comes. Sorry.
Oh,
God, it's brutal. New roles for men and women in the electric age. Electronic manifesto. My years as an academic sociologist and graduate in theoretical psychology have proved helpful in proposing reforms in traditional male and female roles. There's an enterprise that demands cool thinking. An Anglican background has given me a disposition towards solutions based on love and trust rather than fear and legally enforced egalitarianism. However, years of radical social psychological experiments, first as University of New South Wales wizard, and then as the Wizard of Christchurch. How many wizards does New Zealand have? Like,
right?
Is wizardry just accepted as a reality in New Zealand? Like, I want to move there. Is that why they filmed The Hobbit there?
You know, it's not really surprising, is it? When you think about it. It kind of makes sense. These headphones are hurting.
So let's see. Give me unique insights into the nature of roles and social systems and the amazing power of fun to modify disastrously rigid role positions. Is this just a BDSM thing?
I don't trust this guy.
Oversimplified, good-natured analysis, clear perception. Okay. So man's relationship to the means of reproduction. The paradigm shift in immortality. What? What is this guy talking about? For at least 50,000 years, men had occupied roles largely unrelated to fertility. But with the advent of the agricultural revolution, their entire psychosocial identity was transformed. Women's roles, which are inevitably psychologically and socially reciprocal to men's roles, also underwent a profound change. The best term for the transformation of all meaning and I don't know if I could read this. This is really boring. I thought this would be funnier.
Yeah, where's all the wizard stuff?
I just wanted him to say a bunch of stuff about women.
Or dragons.
Repressing female sexuality and male egoism. To successfully repress the powerful sexuality of young women, who almost uniquely among female animals are always on heat, who alone amongst female animals can experience a strong sexual orgasm, is a tribute to the way that culture and powerful symbols of meaning can overcome biology and psychology. Okay.
I don't trust this guy anymore.
Certainly wives have very little chance of controlling their husband's behavior. I don't know if this guy's in the modern age. I don't know. This is a weird thing. I will troll through it. It's just weird for a stream because I'm curious. I want to find out if a wizard's out there with good ideas. I need to know.
I need to know the wizard's tricks.
What a weird thing. Okay, so the Norwegian tapping into his ancestors was the Norwegian bow massacre that happened. Did you hear about that?
Oh, yeah. Actually, someone sent me a video. That guy posted a video. I haven't even watched it, but
the bow attack?
Yeah, no, the guy who actually did it posted a video online after it happened, explaining it. You want me to send it to you?
Yeah. Is it it's not him murdering people, it's him talking about
it? No,
it's
him talking. I didn't even watch it. I was like, I don't want to watch that shit.
Oh, we should check it out for a minute. If it's garbage, we can always stop. Do you have just a link to it or something?
Yeah, let me find it real quick. Hold on. Where did that go? Here it is. Video uploaded. It's someone uploaded it to Twitter. Hold on, me.
Okay. If you want, you could share the screen too, or send me a link. Excuse me.
Just posted it in the private chat.
Oh, perfect.
So I have not listened to this, just for the record. I have no idea what this guy is talking about.
It's only 26 seconds, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Let's see. Here we go. All right. 30 seconds of a madman.
Hello. I am a messenger.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
This guy's already.
Someone
he's
starts
already-
it with that. Oh man.
He's got something over here on the side that he's reading.
It's probably
from.
it's probably his phone.
Yeah, something. I am a messenger. Uh-oh.
I come with a warning. Is this really what you want? And to all who want to make up for himself, so it's time. Bear witness that I am a Muslim. Hello.
Is that it? That was
That's
it.
it.
I am.
Okay. Bear witness that I am a Muslim, I guess.
That was okay. All right. Is that the reason he did the shit, or like what?
I don't know. It's clearly clipped out of something bigger.
Yeah.
I'm curious. The Crazy Man's Manifesto. I want to see the rest of it.
Right. I don't.
I
I don't want to give. I mean, it's just one thing to understand, like we were talking about earlier, the opposing view or like the crazy of the world, so we know what crazy is. Well, I mean, if you take a bow and arrow and start shooting people in a space, like you're pretty crazy. I don't,
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're insane. But I'm always interested in what drives insane people, or what they at least profess, because there are some people I feel who have a warped worldview,
Mhm.
right? And so that like this is pop culture or whatever, but the movie Frailty, right? So you've got
Never seen it. Is it good?
Bill. Yeah, it's great. Bill Paxton.
Bill Paxton's great.
And Matthew McConaughey. But so Bill Paxton gets a vision from an angel, and he is to go find these holy weapons, and then the angel will come and give him a list of names that are demons. They look like normal people, but when he lays hands on the people, he will see their demonic sins, right?
Okay.
And so then he goes, and they're like this lady's like a nurse or whatever, and
Okay.
he goes and knocks her unconscious and ties her up, but then he lays hands on her, and she's like murdering old people, right, through their IVs and stuff. And so then he kills her because she's a demon, she's not human.
Right.
And so it's like, but that's Bill Paxton's view on it. Nobody else around him knows this.
Right.
So I'm always curious, like if there's someone with a distorted or skewed perception of reality, do they feel like they're righteous? What message are they trying to convey? It's interesting to me. It doesn't mean that they.
You just described the entirety of the left right now.
Yeah.
That's all of them. They all think they're so righteous and virtuous and saving the planet and saving the world by thinking that we're evil. If you're not with them, you're against them 100%. That's how they are. They believe it.
It's wild how the savior complex. I was talking about this in a little bit of a different context last night, because I've been watching Lovecraft Country a little bit.
I don't know it.
Okay, so the synopsis is simple. Take H.P. Lovecraft type stories and put black people in like 1945 or 1950 in there.
Okay.
And so it's really agendized about how. Did you know, by the way, that Adam, that blacks had a rough time in the United States in the 50s?
Wow.
In some places? Yeah.
Did they really?
Yes, I've learned this from Lovecraft Country because they are bludgeoning it into me. But I like H.P. Lovecraft, so I'm trying to watch through the show. But anyway, I was thinking about this yesterday, and I was thinking about the sort of predominant mentality on the left, the savior complex and all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And I found it interesting because I think that these people think that if they grew up in, 1952, Baltimore, for example, that they wouldn't be racist.
Right.
Like that they wouldn't have any of the massive cultural pressure of racism thrust upon them, that they would be the good white person, right? Like, and none of them would succumb to this pressure to hate, because it was a system backed by, in many ways, the actual government, like the segregate. Well, not in Baltimore as such, but down in the segregated areas, segregation was the law. I mean, it wasn't
Right.
just like people got together and was like, well, let's keep them blacks out. It was like, this is the legal requirement to have separate facilities to serve whites and blacks. And some of the northern states, while they didn't have state imposed segregation, did have sort of the voluntary aspect of it. And racism was just everywhere. It was part of it. And so I'm just curious, what your thoughts on that are. Would these people who, to me, I see them caving to societal pressure literally constantly,
Yeah.
but they also have this
Right.
virtuous perspective that they would be immune to that societal pressure in the other context.
Well, they're almost proving themselves wrong by being so blindly adhering to the narrative. And I mean, they're basically bringing segregation back in the under the guise of inclusivity. Somehow that works. I don't understand how it works, but
it's
they're
like
they're proving that
socialism, right?
they're proving that they wouldn't change their mind, that they would go with the narrative, they would go with what the government said, because that's exactly what they're doing, and they're ridiculing people that aren't. So it's crazy.
I love the renewed calls for segregation, because it is the socialism thing, right? It's well, we didn't try segregation right the first time, but we'll get it right this time. It's like, wait, no, it was bad then, it's bad now. Like things are either, they're either good or they're bad. They don't suddenly become good. The segregation thing is wild. Like,
it's crazy, man.
I get some people's call for it if I don't agree, right? But I get the idea of, to keep us all safe from ourselves, maybe. Like, for example, the idea of segregating men and women in the workplace, right? Well, if you don't want any Me Too accusations, keep men and women completely separate. Like, you don't want any sexual assaults and you don't want Me Too. Well, you segregate the workforce and have men and women completely walled away from each other. And there you go. You fix it. I can at least understand that, but that's not what a lot of these people want. It's not that safe space they're looking for. And one, I don't think that would be effective anyway, but I'm just blown away that we have a group of young leftists who think that segregating by race is a good thing.
I can't believe it either, man. And they're going out of their way now to attack white people, essentially, when they're in said spaces, which is like, how is that not divisive? How are they being inclusive when they're yelling at people? And did you see that video? It's from the University of Arizona, or ASU, I'm not sure, one of the two schools that's in Arizona. There was two white guys, sitting on their laptops, just minding their own business, working on something, and a group of girls, you didn't see their ethnicity, but they were screaming at them that they're people of color and those guys shouldn't be in their space, go anywhere else on the canvas. And he's like, but where does it say anywhere that, like, we can't be here? We're just quietly doing our work. They're like, and it escalated into, well, we have culture too. And they started making fun of them, like, white people don't have culture. Like, that's not a culture. It's like, okay, but you have black culture, or Hispanic culture, or like,
right,
white people aren't allowed to have culture. Like, tell that to the Irish, or the Swedes, or the Italians, or like all the different cultures that are all over the Euros. It's like, America has a culture. Like, we have a culture of actual inclusivity, of actually allowing people to come and make something of their lives, regardless of their fucking skin color. And they're like, they won't let it go. Yeah.
Is my face moving, or am I frozen?
You're moving. Or I don't have the stream up. I've got the StreamYard, so I'm seeing something different.
My StreamYard froze completely.
Oh, really?
So I'm gonna close it. I'll come right back, but I might drop out.
YouTube looks good, and I see you moving normally. So Is it going to be my show for a little bit?
Yeah, for a minute.
All right,
while
nice.
I figure this out.
Get out of here. Give me this. I'm just going to talk about my coffee and how great it is.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Go on. Get out of here. Skadoodle. Skadoodle, sir. I'll actually sit up and pay attention now. You're still here. What are you still doing here? Oh, it looks like he actually froze this time. I think he's actually frozen. All right. Well, I figured he would have disappeared, but in fact, he is now just frozen over there. Are you guys seeing him frozen? It looks like he's just giving me the death stare. I'm going to stare back at him. How's that look? Is that good? Is that right? Does that look good? You guys getting the screenshots? Oh, oh, that's funny. Yeah. Anyway, how you guys doing? Yeah, F for the dude. I feel like he's staring at me. Is it weird, dude? He's just staring. He's just staring at me. Anyway, how you guys doing? This is it's great to be here. I love you guys in chat. You guys are hilarious. I'm reading your chat right now. He's showing me the nose. Rekieta Law. Yeah, it sucks that I got hit with a strike, dude. I'm so pissed about it because I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm gonna try to appeal it, but I don't think it's gonna make a difference because they don't care, yo. They do not care. Dude, that nose, I know. It's like he turned sideways to just give us the shot of the nose. I mean, oof, my goodness. But he'll be back. I did nothing wrong. That's right. No Adam, no peace. And shout out to everyone who was screaming that. I still see people saying that every so often. It's pretty great. Eds, welcome to the Crigler Show, everyone. This is. Oh, we've got a guest coming on.
I'm back. Yeah.
You may or may not know this guy. He, he's got a big nose, and that's pretty much what he's known for. So welcome to the show, Rekieta Law.
I am having the damnedest time right now with the YouTube studio. It's not actually giving me the stream to manage. There it is.
They're like, whoa, you got Adam Crigler on your show right now? Bro, we gotta ruin your whole thing.
Yes. Okay, so it did the fun thing where it removed all the super chats, so now I have to go elsewhere to find them. That's fine. Here's what I was trying to do. I was just trying to share this video that you were talking about.
Which one?
This one. This is the college campus thing.
This is the one. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Did you shill your coffee? Did you tell people?
Oh, you know what? I didn't. I was just.
How did you? I get that you had one job: sell coffee.
I know. I had so much more fun actually, making fun of you. What? Because you didn't just leave. You were frozen, and you turned sideways, and you froze like you were looking at me. So I had to make fun of you, and like I started, I did like, I'm gonna look back, and then I started giving you the finger, and hopefully a bunch of people got some screenshots, and we'll post that shit up because it's pretty good. I've got great coffee also. Yeah, shill for my own coffee.
Where can they find it? What's the website?
Hey, the Cinnamon Queen or Cinema Queen in chat, one of your mods. Thank you for posting that. She just posted my CriglerCoffee.com website that you can actually click on. Thank you so much, Cinema Queen. That's very nice of you. That is, in fact, where you can get my coffee. It's so good. It's ordered it's roasted after you order it. So you're getting the freshest coffee that you can get out right now anywhere else. You go to the store, it has a Best By date. Fuck that. You want the coffee roasted when you order it. My coffee is ordered, or it's fresh. You get it, you order it, and it gets roasted and sent to you. Sometimes within 2-3 days, you'll get it, and you can't get fresher coffee. So it is really, truly delicious coffee. I see a bunch of people in chat. Switchblade, what up, Switchblade? Notorious Neil, I see Batgo in chat. A lot of people just, they know. Coffee. The coffee speaks for its life.
If you know, you know. If you know, you know. No, that's great, man. And buy his coffee. Buy it.
Yeah.
I need to try some. Of course, I'm not a big coffee drinker.
Did I not send you some coffee?
You are. You said you sent it, but it, that was yesterday or something.
Right.
It's just not here yet. But I'm not a big coffee drinker, but my wife actually is. But I will for you. I will try the coffee. I will for sure.
At least smell it. Smell them beans when they get there.
No, it looks good. See, the only coffee I've ever had that I liked so far, my friend's family owns a coffee plantation in Guatemala, and they brought back some coffee. It was very smooth, but you can it's what you're saying. When you go to buy it from a store, like you can't get fresh enough coffee. And I think that's where a lot of the bitterness and the acrid taste comes from. It's been sitting in a processing facility somewhere,
or just in a bag on a shelf for months.
Right. Yeah. So I'm gonna try it out when it gets here. I definitely.
Nice. Sweet.
Okay, here we go. This is these guys allegedly. I think this is the video you were referring to.
Yeah, this is exactly it. Yeah.
What did I do wrong?
You have a better. You're offensive. Police lives matter.
You have the same sticker.
We're just trying to do school.
What?
It's just a sticker.
But this is our space.
We've got a Police Lives Matter sticker, and we're getting kicked out. Can't do school. Nobody's kicking out. You just said we have to leave.
No, I said you're making the space uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable.
But you're white. Do you understand what a multicultural space? It means you're not being centered.
White's not a.
But you're white.
Yeah.
You idiot.
Whiteys they don't belong around here.
No whites allowed. Look at this guy has a great face. I got him in a killer pause.
I know, it's so good.
He's wearing
it's so good.
The daddest of dad shorts with the slip-on checkered shoes. I love this guy. And he's like,
he's wearing a "did not vote for Biden" shirt. Is that what it says?
He is. So
I love this guy.
And he's like, they're like, what? It's like, it's a multicultural space. You're white. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Okay.
They're so aggressive, dude.
Here we go.
Culture?
No, it's not a culture. It's white is not a culture. Say
Pause
it.
Pause it. You can hear her laughing at the guy. You can hear this, like she heard that and was like, that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And you can hear it in her voice, like she's smiling, like laughing at this guy, because she's so set in the fact that you can't have culture if you're white. If you're a white person, you're not allowed to have culture. And this is what they are doing. And it's fucking insulting. Because for those who don't know, white people also have culture. Wow.
Yeah, we have a culture of like dancing without hip movement. We don't pay tax, or we pay our taxes or whatever. I don't know. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. No, how is every pause that I do on this guy's face magic?
It's
like
so
every
good.
pause is magical.
Dude, you should get an award for this.
But so this is something I was talking about years ago in the context of gender and sexuality. But it translates perfectly to this. And it's the attitude that this chick has is informed by this. They created a lexicon that is almost impossible for a normal person to follow, right? Like if you are not a master's level gender studies course, like, do you remember when cis became part of the popular vernacular?
No,
like,
I don't remember when that happened.
But you remember that it didn't exist, but like you've never in your life heard of a cis hetero person. And then all of a sudden, everybody on Twitter is talking about cisgender.
Cis
and you're
this,
like,
cis that.
And you're like, what the hell does this even mean? And that was intentional.
Oh, so normal?
Right. Yeah.
Although that could be seen as hate, because they want to. Well, see, this is the fucked up part.
Normative.
They want to normalize themselves, right? They want to be not considered different. But when someone like the fucking GOAT, David Chappelle, makes fun of everyone, when I say everyone, he fucking goes after everyone. And he goes after
particular white people.
He picks at them for a while, and they're like, whoa, you're not allowed to make fun of us. We're different. We're special. You're not allowed to touch that. It's like, okay, do you want to be normal or not? Because right now you're proving to me that you don't want to be normal. You don't want to have a normal, regular thing to have it be normalized that you are what you are. You want to maintain victimhood. You want to maintain being different.
Right.
It's so frustrating.
And so what they did was they created this new lexicon to discuss gender issues. And it involved things like cis, heteronormative, heterodoxy. It involved pansexuality, gender fluidity, all of these different terms that people were not able to keep up with because they weren't real. They didn't exist. This is not like established scientific lingo that's been building and changing over 50, 60 years. It sprung up in the matter of 12 months and was suddenly imposed upon everybody as a bludgeon. Oh, if you don't know what cisgender is, then you can't discuss in our space. You're not welcome here because you don't know the language. And my point in this is that this chick has that same attitude.
Yeah.
Oh, you think white has a culture? Hello, I've been to my multicultural global cultures class, and whiteness is not in the syllabus. So I clearly, you moron plebeian, whites don't have a culture. How uneducated are you to think that white would be a culture? That's the attitude, and it's
so insulting.
It's the bludgeon of academia, ironically being imposed in academic setting here, but that's how these people operate, and it frustrates me to no end. I'm like, someone not keeping up with the lexicon that you choose does not mean that their point is invalid.
Right,
but
exactly.
They employ this fallacy and so many others.
You think whiteness is a culture?
This is insane.
So anyways, this is the violence that ASU does, and this is the type of people that they protect. Okay,
Violence.
This white man thinks he can take up our space, and this is why we need.
Yeah, there's actually nowhere else for you to go in this place. It's packed to the brim. These white people have filled all of the area in the.
It's like an empty
nothing. You go sit anywhere and just have your own conversation. Have nothing to do. It didn't.
It had nothing to do with that. It had everything to do with the police lives matter sticker, which they do because their lives and all lives do matter.
Oh,
nothing.
I disavow the bigotry and racism of Adam Crigler.
That's fine. I don't give a fuck. Every life matters and no lives matter all at the same time. And, I could talk about that for a long time, but these people want to maintain that somehow because they were not even them, someone that is similar to them hundreds of years ago was treated differently in a society that isn't this society. They get to now be better than everyone else here, which is just craziness.
Yeah, I love it. I want if we're doing like COVID cards, right? I'm on board with this. I think we need COVID cards, but I want slave blood cards. Right? I want you to show
slave blood cards.
Yeah, if you're going to claim that your ancestry was oppressed, right? Then I want you to actually, because Obama didn't have slave blood, right?
I didn't know that. But okay.
Well, his dad was from Kenya or whatever, was like first generation American. He was not here as a slave. That was one of the criticisms that came from Al Sharpton.
We all have slave blood. I'm so fucking fed up with this stupid shit. Everybody was a slave at one point or another.
No, but
in our bloodlines.
This is one of the criticisms of Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson before Obama won the nomination was that he wasn't black enough. He did not come from the slave blood that they did, for example, and so he wasn't a proper representative. So if you're going to claim the oppression of your ancestry, I want a slave blood card, because like my ancestry card on my dad's side, I don't know about my mom's side. Maybe they were all slave owners. I don't know. But my dad, so his dad, my grandfather, was the first generation American, and his dad was the immigrant from Poland. So I know that my dad's side of the family was not a slave owning people. So my dad's side of the family didn't oppress anybody, right? Like they couldn't have. By the time that my dad's side got here, there was no slavery left. So just some poor Polish people moving to like Detroit or whatever, and then migrating down to Houston eventually.
Yeah.
So we need the cards. We need oppression cards, I think. If we're going to have COVID licenses, I want oppression licenses. I want everything. I want like your gender license for today.
This is a dangerous thing game you're playing with, dude. I don't like it.
Of course. That's
I don't like it. I know, but that's scary, dude. I don't fuck with that kind of shit.
No, that's the world these people want. That's the scary thing. They want.
The fucked up part is this world that they want. They're never ever gonna get ever. They think that they're gonna live in some utopian land where they get to make TikTok videos and freaking, I don't know, like do gender studies and grow old and happy. It's like, that's not what's going to happen. We're going to run out of food, and suddenly you're going to have to freaking crack rocks and work the fields, and you're not going to know what's happening.
Yeah. They all think let me one up you. They all think they'll do gender studies and make TikTok videos from their government funded apartments with their universal basic income.
Yeah. Right.
And
exactly.
They'll never ask where the money comes from. And most importantly, what you just said, where's the food come from?
Exactly.
Who's gonna farm?
Where's the
on
food come from? Mm-hmm.
On that universal basic income? Farming's a shit job. It's tough. You're gonna a bunch of college interns are gonna go out and work the fields and milk the cows. But milk is bigoted. Just eat the bugs anyway.
These people are fucking clueless, man.
When the next cicada brood hits, then you can eat again. Here we go.
I have no interest in trying bugs. I don't know about you.
You don't want to eat bugs?
No.
Chocolate covered cicadas, that crunchy goodness. No. You know what's weird?
No. Gross.
What's weird to me is like shrimp and lobster are like sea bugs.
I don't eat them either. But
I know you don't, but I do.
Okay.
But like if I look at a lobster or crab or whatever, I'm like, yeah, I could eat the shit out of that. That's yummy.
Mm-hmm.
But you give me a cicada or something, a big fucking land bug, and I'm like,
but isn't that just
disgusting.
what you're raised and what you're, it's like a societal norm. That's something you were raised. If you were raised that bugs were delicious and that everyone eats bugs, then it would be a normal thing, and you would think that eating lobsters are weird,
Right,
that's not the case.
My point is lobsters and cicadas are logically close to each other, right? And so I should be able to say, or maybe crawfish is a better example or something like that. Or shrimp. Should be able to say, I can eat this bug. Why can't I eat that bug? Like, what is different to me? But there is something distinctly different. I don't want to crunch into a cockroach ever in my life.
Neither do I.
Foul thing I can imagine.
Just thinking about it, it's so gross.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
You want to hear a nasty story?
I guess.
When I was a little kid, I was like, between 1 and 2, and my
really young. Okay.
My sibling was watching me. My sibling really hates roaches because we grew up in Houston, and again, I didn't grow up in the rich part of Houston. There are cockroaches, like you can't avoid them, and they look over at me, and they see a little roach leg sticking out of my mouth because I just grabbed one off
and put it in your mouth,
crunching it up. It's like, I think back on that now, and I'm like, it's so foul.
But see now, if they were like, oh, good boy, like, all right, you're feeding yourself already, and then like let you do that forever, you would have been like eating bugs normally.
I'd be out harvesting bugs and eating them by the billions right now because we have a box elder bug boom right now in Minnesota.
You do? No, everywhere. Those motherfuckers are they're
like
nuts.
I think they're on like a 3-year cycle or something. And this
is that how it works?
They're sick. Like cicadas are on like a 16-year cycle.
Yeah.
These are shorter, but they do get some years where they're lower population. So yeah, right now it's like you go out my front door and the sun will be on it all day.
Yeah.
And there's just a billion of those motherfuckers and they just fly into your head and you're like, God damn it. I hate it.
They're so like harmless, but they're so annoying.
Yeah, they're everywhere. They're everywhere, and they smell like peanut butter burnt peanut butter when you crush them. It's gross. Okay, here let's
you guys are annoying.
Let's wrap up the multicultural bros.
Oh yeah, okay.
Multicultural space because they think they can get away with this shit.
I'm gonna sit here the whole time, and you can find somebody to kick me out.
That's cool. We will.
Kicking you out. We're asking you to leave if you have any consideration for people of color and or marginalized.
So clearly don't.
Oh my gosh.
I would say I don't. That's all I would say. Based on this interaction, I no longer do. I did until now. You have ruined black people for me.
Can you imagine if he said that to him? Oh my god.
I was cool with black people until you. And now I need
that would
a
have been
hood.
so brutal.
Yeah, what the fuck? What is this? If you have any consideration, your whiteness is offensive to us. Holy shit. I can't imagine. Again, it's a simple A/B test, right? You switch A and B, and if it's racist the second way, it's racist the first way.
Exactly. Exactly.
Here.
Yeah,
Dude.
the whole rest of the campus, the second floor, the first floor, the whole MU, every single part of the campus centers you. This is the only space that you're not centered, and you're still trying to center yourself, which is peak white male bullshit.
What the hell does that mean?
Centering yourself is not white male bullshit. It's from Mulan, you racist. It's very Asian.
Oh my gosh, she's so brainwashed, this girl. It's
Once
great.
you find your center, you are sure to win. This is a very Buddhist, also a yoga sort of technique. Finding your center is not white. It's not white. It's very Asian. The Asian hate in this lady is very frustrating to me.
Dude,
I guess
stop Asian hate, man. It's crazy.
You know that Dave Chappelle talked about how there, might be issues between Asians and certain other people of color, for example. Like in his
David Chappelle is amazing, man.
That was actually I think so. I watched The Closer and I didn't.
Oh yeah, what did you think?
I didn't think it was all that funny.
Okay,
but I thought
I laughed a bunch, but it wasn't like a
I laughed a little
gut wrenching laugh. It was like I laughed a bunch throughout because it had a serious tone to it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I didn't think it was the funniest comedy special I've ever watched. It had its moments, but as sharp, biting political commentary as just a stand-up one act, one man show, I thought it was great. Like,
it was good.
I'm nodding along with everything he's saying. I'm like, yes, okay, yeah, I got it. And he got really serious, and he breaks it with levity. It was more of like a soliloquy than a comedy act,
right?
Which is good. Like it's I'm not levying a criticism. I think I don't want people to be under the illusion that was the funniest thing Dave Chappelle's ever done. He's done much funnier.
It's not about the comedy though. That's not what what the important takeaway should be from that. It's that he is normalizing making fun of everyone and no one is safe. And they proved his point that they can't even they can't even be joked about. And so therefore they're the ones now stopping themselves from being included and normal. Because people make fun of, like, he makes fun of white people all the fucking time. I don't give a shit. He's not talking about me particularly, like, exactly. Like, sure, I'm white, but I'm not gonna freaking get all bent out of shape because he even said he's like, my problem's never been with transgender people. It's just white people, and it's like, I laughed. The shit's funny.
Of course.
Like, who fucking cares?
Yeah, that was I was gonna bring that line up, but yeah, that was the whole thing. His biggest target in the entire show was actually white people.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
was not the trans people. It's all the white hand wringers who get so bent out of shape over a joke about someone else.
Yep.
Like that's the real worst person, is all of these Drex would just call them simps, but it's all these people who are offended on behalf of someone else.
Exactly.
Like my life's okay. Can I be offended for you today? Is there any it's like a Christian, right? Like, can I pray for you? Is there anything I can be offended about for you today?
Yeah.
Just let me know. We can get an offense circle going, an email
I don't
chain.
feel righteous enough yet.
Yeah. But my favorite joke that he told, one that I did laugh at quite a bit, was when he talked about people sending him the videos of black people beating up Asian people. And he said, that's how I picture my immune system right now.
Oh, dude, I was dying when he said that.
Like that was beautiful. That was a great joke.
Yeah, that one was good.
But again, the funny thing about this chick, right? She's saying all of the same things as the segregationist would have said, right?
Yep.
Back in 1953 or whatever. They're like, well, you have this space and this space and this space. This is our whites only space. That would have been the exact same conversation, just in reverse. And she doesn't even notice it. It's like you want one of these guys to say, you have all those spaces too.
Right.
Like
that's what I was thinking. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, why go? What do you mean centers the white people? Where does it say that? Where is that? Like, that's you made that up. You made that up. That's fucking bullshit. Go and make it your space. Right? Like, what the fuck is stopping you?
I guess maybe they can't sit down. Maybe they have a disability and they can't just sit down. Because if they sat down, then they would be centered in that space, right? Like, that's the whole purpose. Because that's all these guys are doing. They're literally just sitting down at a table. Don't seem to be distracting or bothering anybody. Okay, here we go.
Oh, you're not.
You are racist. Your sticker is racist because police, that's a job. You can choose to be a police. I don't choose to be black.
What the fuck is she talking about?
Why wouldn't she choose to be black? Is she racist? Damn. Very, very, very rude against black people from her. Not a strong showing.
Okay? No, you can choose to be a cop. You can choose to kill people with a badge, and you're protecting that shit, which means that you're racist.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to defend you guys.
And fuck this guy for apologizing.
Yeah, never. No, you can't. This is a frothing mob in one person. You can't apologize to them. You can never be all right, buddy. She's racist.
Yeah.
Like that's what you need to know. She's not, it's not your sticker. She told you earlier what the problem was. You're white. She told you you're white. Now she's using the other things as excuses for why your whiteness is especially bad. But she's racist. You can't convince a racist that that you weren't trying to invade or offend them because they're offended by your existence.
Yep. Exactly.
He should not have apologized.
Yeah, that really just pissed me off.
Guy, like, if I was in college now, I would be canceled for the rest of my life. Like I could not tolerate.
I believe it. I believe it.
Oh my God. I didn't have to run into like the stuff I had to deal with in college was so mundane in comparison to these like videos that you see. I mean, I literally the one of the worst things, my buddy and I took a literature and film class, and we were the only two conservative Christian guys in there. And our professor, who I loved, by the way, I thought he was a great professor, I have no problems with him, was a guy named Viet Din. He was gay. And basically all of the movies and books we read, not all of them, but a majority, we'll say, had strong gay themes to them. We read a book called Maurice, which is about like Middle Ages gayness in Britain. We read Before Night Falls, the story of Ronaldo Arenas, a gay Cuban political prisoner. There was another one we did. But it was, primarily on these gay subjects. So then we would have discussions about the movies and the books and the differences and all that stuff. And they became, for me and my buddy Heath, we're sitting there like just in a venomous pit of hatred when you point out that the book Before Night Falls doesn't focus on Uranus's homosexuality. It focuses on his sexuality because he has sex with men, women, trees, animals, dirt, the ground. Like
What the fuck?
Well, his life, he talks about, it's about like 1950s Cuba and the sexual repression going on. And the rebelling against it was just this explosion of sexuality in general. Right.
Oh, okay.
Like, and so his life was molded by sexuality. But when you watch the movie, it's about homosexuality. And he goes from, in the book, having like 5,000 male partners, over 1,000 female partners in his life. In the movie, he has 3 long-term monogamous relationships. And it's like, so we were talking about that and how agendized the movie was to change, to preach about a different type of homosexuality than what he's talking about in the book. And oh my God, it was like throwing coals into the fire under the pan that you're in, right? Like, it was terrible. But that's all we had to deal with was just a mild, uncomfortable discussion where we were fine having that. Never had to deal with shit like this. Like people just coming up and accosting you because of your skin color. It's ludicrous.
It's racism.
Yeah. And it would be ludicrous if these people were black too. Like that's the other flip side of the coin.
Well,
like,
you said it though. If you take out the specific words, the color words, and and swap them around, is it racist? It's like, I don't want to go and do that right now because this video is ridiculous. But if we were to do that, it would be insanely racist. And this is insanely racist, though. People aren't, but it's allowed. There's people out there. Look at 5.6 million views, guaranteed. Most people are like, this is ridiculous. But there's people out there that are like, good for that girl, good for standing up against those freaking
imperialists,
imperial patriarchs that are just assaulting the violence. She said, this is the violence that ASU allows. Them sitting there working on their own schoolwork with a Police Lives Matter sticker means that they're being violent.
The dude's got AirPods in. He's not like
he's doing his own thing.
We can infer that this guy is not causing a ruckus. He's just literally sitting there studying, probably got some music or a podcast going in the background. Oh, the problem is he's listening to that Joe Rogan.
No, the one dude's got, I didn't vote for Biden. The other dude, which means he probably voted for Trump, or at least doesn't like Biden, which almost is the same thing nowadays. And then the Police Lives Matter sticker. It's like, whoa, you can hear the triggeredness in these freaking girls' voices when they're talking. They're so fucking triggered, man.
Yeah. Here, we'll finish it up.
This offends us automatically because these people kill people like me and like us, right?
Pause it.
Yep.
Listen to that fucking lie. They kill me too, bitch. They kill people that look like me also. And I still don't think that all cops are bad. Bad cops exist. Bad people exist. Okay? And guess what? It has nothing to do with race. It's a freaking mentality of a character flaw when you're a bad person.
The funny thing is, ignore white versus black for a second. The idea that police kill women of any ethnicity anywhere near the rate that they kill men is absurd.
True.
And by the numbers, police kill more white men than anybody else.
You can't even tell. You can't tell them that though.
No, but then second would be black men. Black women are way down the line on police killings. Like it's not even like it's like white men here, black men here. Everybody else is so far down as to be embarrassing.
Right.
it's way more offensive for a white man to have a Police Lives Matter sticker than a black woman. Absolutely crazy.
Promoting our murderers. So please just don't do that.
I love this guy.
Thank you.
So why should that bother you?
Because do you understand that Police Lives Matter was in response to Black Lives Matter?
I pay the same fucking tuition as you.
Yep.
Hold on, but
Yeah, that's
But
fine.
you get
And you
more
have
money.
everywhere.
I
You
don't.
have.
I'm working 60 hours a week while going to school because my parents don't just give me money.
But-
Shut up, dude. You already apologized. You already apologized. You don't get to fucking snap. You already apologized. You sit down and you stay sitting down. Dude, I'm sorry it offended you. It's like, no. You're not. If you're going to sit up and snap and say you work a bunch, it's like, dude, you needed to lead with that. You got to lead with that. I work my ass off. I earned my fucking keep here. This shouldn't offend you. If it does, that's your fucking problem.
Yeah, that whole you never apologize to the mob. You can't do it.
Can't
Stop
fucking do it.
Stop apologizing to them. Oh my
Right?
god.
They did it to themselves. So fucking
Speaking of that, have you seen the In-N-Out story today?
no. It was closed.
San Francisco's only In-N-Out location was closed by the San Francisco Department of Public Health last week because employees were not preventing the entry of customers who were not carrying proper vaccination documentation. But the In-N-Out CEO is right here. Quote, "We refuse to become the vaccination police for any government. We fiercely disagree with any government diktat that forces a private company to discriminate against customers who choose to patronize their business."
Amazing. That is fucking awesome.
That's the answer. That's the answer. And that's why
I salute that man. What is his name? Kevin Kiley? I'm going to follow him.
No,
right now.
no, that's not Kevin Kiley. That's a
okay.
legislator. I don't know what the
But the
In-N-Out
CEO did say that. All right.
Yeah.
Dude,
And-
fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
This is our one hope for these restrictions to end. In my opinion, we talked about this earlier.
In and out.
No,
take their food away.
but they can send me some burgers. I'm hungry as shit. No, it's what I mean. We talked earlier about how does this end, or does this end? Can this even end?
Right.
This is the hope. It started with a lot of it started, in my opinion, with that pastor in Canada. Get out. Nope, I don't want to hear you talk. Get out now. You come back with a warrant, but you get out. And it's just people. And France is seeing it. Australia is seeing it. If you just put people in the streets peacefully or whatever, there's a whole lot more of us than there are of them. And that's the hope. And it's In-N-Out now. It's a fucking burger chain. And they make the wisest political statement of the entire week by just saying, we're not going to do the government's job for them. We're not going to police people's vaccinations. I'm just selling a hamburger.
Which isn't even the government's job, just for the record. I mean,
right. It's the government saying it's their job doesn't make it their job. But But In-N-Out's point is, I'm just trying to sell burgers here. I don't care about your rule. Oh, did you?
And it's not even a rule, though. That's the crazy thing. It was a press release. There is no mandate. There is no mandate. It's not law. And people are just acting like it's
right. Well, this
set
was
in stone now.
This is a rule in San Francisco, right? Like San Francisco has a rule on vaccine passports for restaurants. So that's, that's the rule there.
Okay.
But did you see every little snippet of hope needs to be celebrated? This one was, I talked about it.
I can get behind that for sure.
Here we go. Where is it? Where is it?
Where is it? Where is it?
Here we go. Here. This is it. Ruth Marcus in Madison, Wisconsin. By now I should know better, but I get in an elevator. It stops on lower floor. Man steps in unmasked. Sign in elevator says mask required. Me getting out. She does the passive aggressive leaving the elevator. You know, it would be really nice if you wore a mask. Man, I don't care what you think. Oh, yeah.
Based.
That's
Based.
that is the answer. That's what these guys should have said.
Yep.
Or wait, no, not that guy. That guy
You're right.
spoke. That guy spoke with arrows. But these ASU students, that's what
Mhm.
they should have said. I don't care what you think.
I'm allowed to be here.
Yeah.
I don't care what you think. Boom.
In the first time I ever heard of a multicultural office was when I went to law school.
Mhm.
And they went out of their way to tell the white students that they were welcome in the multicultural center. They actually said, they're like, we want to make sure that you understand that this is not a space just for Black students, Latino students, or anything like that. It's a multicultural space. It's for all.
Multicultural.
Right.
Exactly. It's for all people.
It's funny because at my law school, they wanted white people to be there. They would like, please come to the multicultural office and just study in here. Just hang out. Please. We want to show that this is not a minority only space. Like that's
Right.
what we want. We want, because they actually seem to, I never went there. I didn't have any reason to, but they said they actually seem to believe in multiculturalism.
That sounds good.
Right. I'm all for it. Like I
Yeah.
said, I didn't go there, but I didn't go anywhere on campus other than to class, the library, and then home. Like I didn't have time to sit around a fucking law school campus at 32 years old or whatever.
Right.
But geez, what a weird situation.
People are
okay.
brainwashed, man. That's what
We've
I
got
think.
Marty Lund says this is at Arizona State, and the bigot girl is a Ford fellow, pushing 30 years old, just harassing and bullying people. Public university. The Arizona legislature and Governor Ducey should deploy an inquisition to deal with this witch.
My gosh. Inquisition.
Jared says, I always argue that your life matters. All black, blue, they are too broad. So not all lives matter. Your life matters. That's nice.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah.
That's cool. I can get behind that.
Okay, I'm gonna go and read through the rest of the chats. So if you need to buzz out at any time, you can.
I am getting pretty hungry. I think I'm gonna go make
Yeah.
some food. I love coming on your show, dude. It's such a blast having a chat with you.
Yeah, I always enjoy talking. So we'll have to do it again when you get unbanned.
Notice how he didn't say talking with me. He just said simply, I enjoyed talking. I see what you did there.
Look,
all
truth
right.
is truth. I enjoy talking. But you're an okay person to talk with from time to time.
Right, I'm okay.
But yeah, man, when you get back up, let me know. I'd love to come on and crash your stream too.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
you have a filter when you're on my show. It's almost weird to see.
I can turn it off
hear.
if you want.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It works for my show. So.
No, I was on Eric Hunley's show. His second channel had a different issue. They got 4 copy strikes in a matter of like 3 hours, all from one vindictive person. And they're all bogus. But when that happens, YouTube disables your channel, so they can't contest them easily. They have to do the roundabout way. So I was on his show, and someone sent a chat in, and it was like, what do you think about copyright trolls like this person? I was like, well, I'm not going to say anything because my responses tend to be not very PC. And he's like, no, go for it. And I was like, oh, okay.
All right.
I unloaded on that guy.
Yeah,
because I hate copyright trolls. They're garbage people.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, man, I'll let you go. Thanks for coming on again.
Awesome.
Always have a good time.
Thank you.
What's happening to you is bullshit. So
I agree. Thanks, mate. I appreciate you.
Wait, one last question. Has your appeal been denied yet?
I haven't put in my official appeal yet. I'm still working on it with a couple of friends of mine or my partners that I brought in.
Make sure you, you've got people, but make sure you mention that you made the contravailing statements and and that is following the guideline policy. I would, if you got a couple characters, spare, because they only give you like 1,000 or whatever to reply.
800, not even 1,000. So
if you do it on your phone, it's 300.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Wow.
I had one on my alternate channel. It got struck for child endangerment, which was because we watched the video, the kid who shot up the school in Texas. We watched the video of the fight that he had right before shooting everybody. And they're like, this is child endangerment. And I was like, we were talking about how bad this was. It was like, but they only, I appealed it on my phone. They give you 300 characters. I'm like, 300. I get a tweet to explain why this doesn't, but it worked. Maybe they should do it less for everything.
Short and sweet. Yeah.
But yeah. All right, man. Well, good luck.
All right. Everyone, thank you very much, chat. You all have a good night. I'll see y'all next time. All right, Nick. I'll see you next time. Later, bud.
Okay. Good guy, Adam. Always good guy, Adam. Yeah, buy Adam's coffee. CriglerCoffee.com, I think, is the link or something like that. Yeah, CriglerCoffee.com. Get some coffee from him, support him. You know what? Again, you guys showed up every time I streamed on the alternate channel while I was shut down. You guys showed up, supported me. Awesome. Thank you so much. One thing Adam talked about that I want to briefly expound upon, because this is my show, I get to expound on whatever the hell I want, was just how disheartening and deflating it is to what the hell? Look at the weird hair. To try to monitor yourself, to moderate how you talk, to try and stay within these guidelines on these subjects, to want to talk about specific subjects that your audience wants to hear about, to give some takes, some info, some opinion about these things, and to work really hard to be within the guidelines, and then to have that hammer come down. It's deflating. You feel defeated. You feel like there's nothing you can do about it. And so just saying, a great way to show Adam some love and get yourself something in return is to check out the Crigler coffee. That'll do both. You get you some good coffee and it supports Adam while his show is down, because it's just bullshit. It's just bullshit, and it's so frustrating to have to deal with. I'm being told I should watch the Melinda Scott's husband video, but I think maybe we should do that tomorrow. That'll be a fun show. And then maybe one thing I've been wanting to do, but it's just work to go through and do this. If you don't have a Kiwi Farms account, it's really hard to grab comments by specific users, because I think if you don't have a Kiwi Farms account, you can't easily search for just you can't just pull up their comments in order. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I'm dumb, but I want to go through Melinda Scott's comments because they're amazing. They're amazing. The ones I've read she just continues to engage on Kiwi Farms, and continuing to engage while you're in a lawsuit is it's a bad idea. I'm not saying you should not talk about it or whatever. If you want to talk about it publicly, go ahead, but doing it on Kiwi Farms and engaging in the conversation with the people who you say are being horrible to you. The amazing thing about Kiwi Farms, and this is a law of nature on the forum. If you're not doing anything and you're not talking to them, they'll stop talking about you pretty quick. If there's nothing to say, no one's going to say it. Now, you might get a stray comment here and there, but your page is not going to get 4 or 5 new pages over the course of a day unless you do something that there's public commentary time for. If Melinda just stopped answering them and stopped filing lawsuits, they'd stop most likely would stop talking about her within 2 weeks. Just be nothing to talk about. Oh yeah, and let me talk about this because I'm seeing a lot of people. I know that the chat replays are still up. I will show you. Oh, this motherfucker, they re-enabled it. Okay, I'll try it. We'll see how this one goes. Oh, fuck you, YouTube. God damn it. Okay, so when I started the stream, I took off the chat replay. When I refreshed the stream earlier, it turned back on. And so I just disabled it again, and it removed all the fucking super chats again. Ugh! God, what a stupid system. What a stupid system. But I have every day, I think the last 2 live streams I did on the media channel and every live stream on this channel, I have disabled the live chat replay and it still goes up every single time. It still goes up. So we'll see if this one does. We'll see if this one stays up or not. And again, that's a temporary measure, hopefully, until I figure out their exact policy around super chats, because they said that part of the strike had to do, or not super chats, regular chats, that part of the strike had to do with the something someone said in the chat, but they wouldn't tell me what or when. So I'm like trying, and my partner manager said maybe it's because the chat is still up after the video, because you get a little leeway during a live show, but when you keep things up, you know, there might be something there. So I don't know. Just trying to figure this out. Displeased Sasquatch says, is there an apply settings button? Yes, it's called save, and I press it. You have to press it to close out. Oh, fuck it. They turned it back on. They turned it back on. Let me show you. Look at this shit. Here it is. Live chat replay. I've turned this off twice. I keep turning it off. They turned it back on. Here, click it. Because see, this is how I turn on subscriber only chat, right? I have to do this. This is where I turn on monetization and I turn off the ads that actually take up the show. We just have these shitty overlay ads or whatever that come up on occasion. Don't make me any real money or anything. But I turn these off manually. These default to on. And so you go in, you change these settings. This is the 3rd time I've turned off live chat replay. You hit save, and then it gets rid of the super chats because it's fucking dumb. Now let's do it again. Let's see what happens. Look at that shit. There it is. Caught in 4 fucking K. You can't turn it off. You can't do it. They won't let me. I'm trying to turn it off. It's not me. Everybody calls me a boomer, but now I have fucking proof. YouTube's broken ass system does not work. So there. Everybody who calls me a boomer from now on in relation to live chat replay will get a hand grenade force-fed through their anus. See, Goody, you can't change it when the stream's over. After the stream is over, there's no option on the chat replay. It's gone. The only way I could edit the video and destroy the chat. I can do that. I could edit the video and destroy the chat. That would work. That's the only way. Just pisses me off. So I hope you guys noticed there were no super chats. So you never, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. The fucking, I have to move them over here now and go through the unwieldy list, but we will go through the unwieldy list to do this. I hate their system. It didn't used to do this. I don't know whose stupid idea it was. By the way, to Johnny Stoffel, you're a true bro for sending that rainbow sticker because it made it really easy for me to find where I left off. Whatever moron in YouTube decided to make any changes to the settings, delete the super chat history is really annoying. That person deserves the sword. Such a fucking mess. Can we go to bed now? No, Hedy Lamar, you cannot. All right, here we go. Not so handsome Slayer says Nick's like the simp stepfather trying to be a friend. I don't know what that was in reference to, but okay. Versified says that Chad speech last night you did fire. P.S. That was the first time I heard that Alex Jones indie folk song. P.S. What's up, Adam? P.S. Cover that song. I'm angry. TVTX89 says it's shot o'clock time, Nikki. Well, this is the last of the whiskey that I have. This is the last of it. Richard Grubber says, got home from seeing Slipknot. I am absolutely tenderized. I bet you were, buddy. Did you have floor seats? Floor standing or whatever? Thomas says stent. Oh, yeah, stent, not stint. Sorry. Stent. I was saying the I audibly. I know. I acknowledge it. Weeaboo says last night's stream was dope. I worry for your heart. Don't. It's good. It's good and strong right now. Eventually it won't be, I'm sure. Multiple family histories of heart disease. So, but for now it's good. All my tests are good. What was I going to say? Oh, to the weeaboos out there, to the weebs. Chris Ayers has passed away. Voice actor, voice of Frieza. And seemingly, by all accounts of everybody I've talked to, Chris Ayers was actually one of the good ones. A nice guy, and a good, solid dude. Struggling with illness for a very long time, and did pass away. Which is it's sad. It's sad when the good ones go. So, just wanted to, if you had not heard, that did happen today. I know there's some Dragon Ball fans and stuff like that here. Painful buggery. God fucking damn. This is YouTube. This is how YouTube works. You're like, oh, you say this heartfelt thing. You're like talking about how this person died. They're a really nice person. All right, next super chat. Painful buggery. All right, okay. Okay, well, damn it. Okay. Says, I was given the drug that shall not be named for a respiratory illness a few years ago. Also, I teach biology, and the secretary of our department caught the coof and was given the same drug. Yeah, I would have loved to take that drug. I should have taken up some people on an offer to get it, but I didn't. I have an aversion to taking prescription drugs that aren't prescribed by my doctor. It's probably stupid. I know inherently that it's like an irrational fear. I mean, certainly people can abuse non-prescription drugs, but like even like amoxicillin or prescription amounts of ibuprofen or whatever, I'm always like a little weary about it. It's like, but I know this is fine if I'm, lost a finger to take 800 milligrams of ibuprofen. I'm going to be okay. But I just have an aversion to it. It's beat into me. Yeah, I wish I would have taken some people up on the offer to get me the the good stuff. So you beat the coof with nothing at all? Yeah. They wouldn't treat me. They wouldn't give me a treatment at all. Both my wife and I beat it without any medicine. Now I had pneumatitis, an inflammation in the lung, that was treated with a steroid about 3 days after my coof symptoms were gone otherwise. So I did get that. They said, would have loved to have the steroid during COVID because I was so fucking tired. The Last Crow says you both should do like Salty Cracker, cut YouTube at a certain point during the live stream and move the remaining stream to Rumble, Odyssey, and BitChute. Bam. It's an interesting idea. William Smith says, I did not know the horse pace goes in the bum bum. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true, but it is now. Ikika Barton says, met Vic on Sunday. He was as amazing as people say, and his hugs are complete magic. Didn't know him before the BS, but I'm a forever fan now. That's a lot of people with that experience. He's a good dude. He's great at meeting people in person. He just is. IWD says, is it just me or does AOC have a head shaped like a giant Easter Island heads? Yes, it is not just you. She does have a long face. That's why she gets called horse face with regularity and people offer apples randomly on the street. Joel Reese says, giant nipples are like straws for babies. Deathwish says, let's go, Rekieta. Clap, 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 clap. Dapper Wolf says, Nick, Adam's the best way to stay sane. And he's insane times is to be crazy. So everything in comparison seems normal. Sheila Alien says, start a YouTube partner network, Nick. What do you mean a YouTube partner network? I don't know what that means. Wait, the Crigler Show says, oh, you fucker. What did I do? What did I do? I didn't do anything. Oh, multi-channel network? Oh, God, no. No. Superman, he no here. He no here. I want to know why Adam just randomly messages, oh, you fucker, in the chat. Like, what happened? What? I hope I did it. What did I do? That'd be great. Okay. Is it because I read the Adam's best way to stay sane is to be crazy? That was a super chat. You told me horse face goes in the rear. Don't ever take medical or veterinary advice from YouTube, Adam. Why would you do this? I'm a lawyer. I'm not a vet. I'm not shoving horse paste into horse asses. Maybe this is why my horses won't get any better. God damn. Oh, it makes me so happy. Roman Reyes says, if lawyers had a common superpower, what may it be? Magic words, man. We do. Magic words. Wick Dipper says, funny how people buy sleeping pills for allergies and painkillers to prevent heart attacks. Yeah, actually, I take an antacid, not an antacid, but a heartburn medication for allergies, because it turns out that some heartburn medications are histamine B blockers, and they can help with various types of things, like, for example, a heat allergy. So yeah, it's weird how that works. Woodchuck 00 says, hey, Adam, I'm some overlord on Twitter. Rocco thinks you and me are best friends. The guy is crazy, thinks he can RICO us. Oh, God. If Crigler gets sued for a RICO claim, I'm going to laugh. Brotherly bruh says, I mean, I can get behind some crazy sibling shiz. I learned how to make sugar rockets to launch an adult toy into my bro's pool. That's good stuff. Roman Ray says, what's the most fascinating and odd law and why? Dude, I have no idea. There's always an obscure law. Like one of the odd laws that's out there is in California, it's illegal to fish for whales from your car. For example, it's very, very strange law. Can you imagine like you got a Volkswagen bus with a harpoon gun sitting on the side of the road waiting for a whale to show up so you can harpoon the whale and drag it ashore? Very strange. But there's a bunch of weird stuff like that out there all over. States all have very strange old laws typically. Angry Baneling says, you're becoming a sun bro like me, Nick. Embrace it. What do you mean a sun bro? Do I look tan? It's just the red shirt. Changing the way the light reflects. Dawn Wanderer, let's watch Phantasm on Prime. I'm probably not doing Prime tonight. Guys, I'm really busting it to do some work. And I don't think I can do Prime tonight, unfortunately. Really sucks. Did you just steal the plot of Fast and Furious 10? I don't know. Arcadian 1022 says, just rub some dirt on it. Selrin says, just to shill a bit, I edit videos for a channel called the D&D Logs. We make D&D top 10s and the editing is tedious as fuck. Selrin, I had no idea. I watch a shitload of D&D content. Can you message me somewhere and send me the link? I'll watch the shit out of that. I love D&D content. I don't know why. I just do. Cars in Depth says, Ian on Tim's show is a complete idiot. Okay. I've guys, you want a confession? I have never in my life watched a Timcast. Never once. Not a single time. I have seen a collective 6 minutes of Tim Pool's show. Just like 6 minutes total. It was a thing about Nancy Pelosi saying good morning, good morning. He was talking about it and I was like, this is what is this content? I couldn't figure it out. It was so weird and anathema to me. I didn't like it. Maybe some of his interviews are good. I don't know. I don't watch any of his content. If you ever ask me about like Tim Pool or his cast or anything, I've never watched any of it. Zero. I just don't care. Never have. It's not personal. I'd watch videos of him playing guitar for his chickens, but I just don't, I'm not interested in his political commentary. And this is going to sound rude. Maybe it's not intended to, but I just don't find it enlightening or anything or particularly valuable. But I don't find most political commentary particularly valuable, but I don't get the fuss. Not applicable says, not to be mean, but you're such a pussy, Adam. Damn. Called out. Crigler got called the fuck out. North Viking says, hail, Nick. Next to your nose, there's no one bigger. So try a snifter of coffee from Adam Crigler, criglercoffee.com. Yeah, we're gonna try it. I'll try it on stream when it comes in. Jordan Jones says, Kermit reads the following Rachel Levine quote. Anyone who thinks I'm not the first female admiral sworn in can lick my shaft. There you go. That's gross. Scarvy the Strange says, Futurama made fun of the gender swords thing when Bender decided to compete in Robo Olympics. Oh, gender sports thing. Got it. Ty Sloan. Oh, wait, no. Radically moderate live stream. Fuck, I'm sorry I missed this earlier. It was when YouTube messed up the fucking chats on me. I put in a 2-week notice for my engineering technician job. I'm becoming a field service engineer, going from $21 an hour to $30 an hour. Just wanted to tell some people the good news. It says in Colorado, UC Health, both the volunteer organ donor and organ recipient must be vaxxed for the organ transplant to be allowed, or else you die. Yeah, that's nonsense. But hey, congrats on the job upgrade. Congrats on the job upgrade. Very, very happy to hear that. That's great. $30 an hour is a good job, man. That's a good fucking job. Where's Hetty Lamar's asking, where's Lady Rackets? She's upstairs sleeping right now. Pretty soon, we should be doing a Twitch show together where we watch, we're going to watch all the diehards. I don't know if we're going to get to do them all in one shot, but we're going to watch, well, the first 3 diehards, I think, are the ones that are on Twitch. So that hopefully will be, I think it's got to be before the end of the month. I don't know how long the movies are staying around after that, but you should see her very soon when we do those live streams. Ty Sloan says Taiwan TW is part of China CN. Okay. Line says you should see if Runkle of the Bailey is willing to come on and talk about speech and firearms in Canuckistan. Who's Runkle of the Bailey? Scarvy the Strange says, silly Nick, only the Capitol building is sacred. Noodle Knight says, is Chick-fil-A overrated or no? I'm not the biggest fan of Chick-fil-A personally, because I don't like, they have a, they put honey in their batter and it gives a sweetness to the chicken. Some people really like it. I don't. I'm not a big fan of having sweet in my dinner type food. I like a savory, salty flavor, not a sweet. So, but the chicken inside is good. I'm just not a fan of their breading personally. I would much rather have Cane's than I'd have Cane's over Chick-fil-A every day. It's not a quality thing. It's just a taste thing. Get him to add some Vegemite. That's disgusting. Anyone who adds Vegemite to anything should be purged. You also don't like sweet and sour, so there's no accounting for I don't like sweet and sour, correct. I just don't like sweet in my dinner. 99% of the time. Very rare. Okay. Scarvy the Strange says preachers should scientifically preach 2 genders. Fractal, that's not what they mean. Fractal Machine says about the China rocket. Israel developed the Arrow defense system that shoots down rockets in space and shared it with the U.S. as allies. There you go. Mandy Karavickas, I'm sorry I missed this one earlier. Again, it was during one of the fucking YouTube resets. Nick, in the wake of last night, what is the most retarded legal advice you've ever heard from somebody who's not a lawyer? Well, there was a guy on Twitter the other day. I don't know if this is the most stupid thing, but it was close. Who was arguing that if Kyle Rittenhouse's gun was illegal, was illegally possessed, that he has no claim of self-defense, which is nonsense. Having a gun illegally does not negate your ability to defend yourself, even with the gun. It might mean you get charged with a crime for illegal possession, which for Kyle would be a misdemeanor, but it would not automatically make the felony murder charges not self-defense. That's just a shit legal take. It's really stupid. The best thing was when I pointed it out that was wrong, the person said they wouldn't want me as their defense attorney. And I was like, so wait, you would prefer to have a defense attorney that says you're just guilty, bro? Like that's your preference, is you're just guilty then? Okay. That was weird. Very weird. I also wouldn't represent that person in general. I would probably refer them to someone, though. Ryoji Mata says the January 6th panel doesn't have judiciary power. They can issue subpoenas, but they can't punish people for ignoring them. No, they have to make a recommendation for a criminal complaint. That's what they have to do. Finally, finish his fucking root beer. Got a little whiskey left. Next. Stellar J. Atkins says the wizard is just a slightly more creative college sociology professor. He's not special or unique. Damn. Too bad. Bad Dragonite says invite Nux onto Flashcast. I could try. Mandy Carvicka says, Adam Crigler, can we have a tour of your dungeon? Ooh, you'll have to ask him on his show when he's back. Loretta Silver member says cis is just a term made up to marginalize normal people. Quoting Norm Macdonald, rest in peace. Icon of Sin, I'm probably not going on to Twitch tonight. I didn't go on last night either, and I'm probably not going on tonight. It's very unfortunate. I'm going to try and make up some Twitch daytime stuff soon. I've been really packed up. I've got a deadline that I have to hit, and on some non-YouTube related stuff. And it's having COVID was a real bad monkey wrench. Let's just put it this way. It was a real bad monkey wrench in everything. And so trying to get everything. The other thing I have to do, by the way, is I have to get the house cat free for Thursday when Drexel's coming over again. Drexel has an allergy to cats, but we have 3 cats. So whenever Drexel comes over, we have to make sure the couch that he sleeps on gets vacuumed up and there's no cat hairs around and all that shit. So that's another issue. It's another deadline. Another deadline. Don Wanderer, there were some Twitch streams this month. What are you talking about? We've watched several movies. Okay, anyway. Not applicable says, been about a 6-year thing, university brainwashing. Yeah, it's been about 6 years now, but when it popped up, I mean, I remember I was having a discussion on Facebook back when I argued on Facebook. And someone brought up the cis thing, and I said, what the fuck are you talking about? And they're like, oh, you can't talk about it. Then you don't know. And I was like, no, you're just stupid. Yeah, it was annoying. Joshua Sanabria says, cat free. I know a couple of good teriyaki joints that could take care of that. No. Jared. Oh, wait, we read that one. David Bowser says the girl berating those 2 white boys wasn't even a student at the school. She was from some activist organization. A fuzzy creature just sent a spider. That was nice. Wolfgang Deo says, what is weird about these races? If my skin were colored, I wouldn't even know what color I was. I see out of my eyes and there is no color there. Okay. Malik Foxon says, if I was in college now, I'd be in jail after a situation like this. I absolutely can't stand when people act like this idiot. It makes me irrational. Me too, buddy. Me too. I would be canceled forever. There would definitely be the moment one of these encounters happened with me, there would be a video. Absolutely. Wolfgang Deo says ASU video has every Trump trope possible. Chick-fil-A, police lives matter. Joe Biden didn't win. I think this may have actually been a hoax. Not sure. No idea. Malik Foxon says, I'm about to get a frickin' In-N-Out burger right frickin' now. God, I wish I could get a burger right now. I ate so much dinner. My appetite has returned, which is nice because it was gone during LaCouf, but it's back now. I made I chopped up chicken breasts, and then I chopped up poblano peppers, zucchini, onion, and bacon. I sauteed the bacon, and I sauteed the onions, and then I added the poblano peppers. I added the zucchini. I added the chicken that had been cooked. I had cooked the chicken in a separate pan because there's too much in the one pan. Added the chicken in, and then finished it with brandy. Deglazed the pan with brandy. God, it was really good. Just a pile of fucking meat and vegetables. And I ate way too much of it. Lambda Nitro says, I believe in supporting independent art, and indeed it is indeed art, the way you maneuver that impressive aquiline beak to stay in focus. Use this Monopoly money to buy 26 milligrams of ribeye. I will. Thank you. Thank you. Now we've got, who said this one? I don't know what. God, I hate YouTube. Jose Alejandro, it's because I am talking about food with an erection because I fucking love to eat. Man, I love to eat. Lambda Nitro says, you're a boomer. Now come to my country, and then has something in Cyrillic or whatever. Bad Vibe says, well, I guess YouTube has to take responsibility for the chat. Sky Hime says, rip Chris, you are a really decent guy. Chris Ayers again. Talking about Alex says, welcome to the No Treatment Coof Club. Your membership card will be sent to you between never and ever. Thanks for the mega rant last night. Was hilarious and cathartic. Look, I get to say all of the offensive and awful and vile shit so that you don't have to. You suggest some Mad Love from Red Robin? Dude, I've been eating Red Robin Royal Burgers for like 20 years, man. I love the fried egg on a burger. Fried egg on a burger is love. God, it's so good. Bad Vibe says, if you were wrong, then why are all your horse faces getting fatter? I don't know. Bad Vibe says, wait, you mean if I wave a cheeseburger from a Dodge Charger in California, I would be committing a crime? Yes. Yes. Well, you don't like eggs on a burger, Cloud Duel? Oh, man, fried egg on a burger is delicious. You know what I love, though? So Drex, his brother, and I used to go every Wednesday. Every single Wednesday, we would go to Red Robin. And we would get something called Bubba's Bottomless Bucket. I don't think they still do this, but it was their chicken strips, ribs, and steak fries. And it was all you can eat for $13.99. And you can eat a lot of ribs, a lot of chicken strips, and a lot of steak fries when you're 20. Holy shit. It was magic. It was so good. We go and just eat and eat. And then his brother and I actually had a college class. After that, we would go to Taekwondo. It was the worst because they only did Bubba's Bottomless Buckets on Wednesdays. And so it was Wednesday, and his brother and I had a class Wednesday night. And so we would go and just like we'd eat and just eat and eat and eat, and then go to Taekwondo, and they're like, do sit-ups, and you're like, you got the cold sweats going, and like you're trying to do push-ups, and you're like, I'm so fucking tired. I'm so fucking tired. So full. Oh God, it was awful, but it was worth it every time. God, I loved that. I love that meal. They got rid of it eventually, and it was just, I don't know whatever happened to it. It was such a good deal. No one important says, don't know if you saw Netflix's new trailer for Cowboy Bebop, but I DM'd you their tweet if you were interested. And yes, it's more Faye fighting. I'm telling you, they're going to have Faye. Faye is going to be fighting right alongside the boys. She's going to be holding her own. She's going to be kicking the ass of big men. She does in the trailer, very briefly. fight a man. I'm just waiting. Just waiting. It's going to happen. You're going to have it. The double leg scissor takedown around the waist. Faye is going to run up and do a scissor legs around the waist of a man, grab his arm like an arm bar, roll and throw him. There is nothing I would guarantee more that's going to be in the Bebop show than Faye doing that move. It's going to happen. Because that is the move that these new women fighting men choreographers all do. They all do it. I'm pretty sure Daisy and May in S.H.I.E.L.D. each did that move like 50 times. So fucking tired of seeing that move. They're like, oh, if a woman just does this, she can take down him. You know what happened, by the way, if you tried that? Ladies, if you do that to a man who's like 200 pounds and you scissor around his legs and grab his arm, you know what he does? He doesn't go flying. There is no like, oh, you can throw him now. What he does is he goes, bam, and crams you into the ground, and you might die from it. It's just like, it's devoid of physics. One of my favorite moments from The Ultimate Fighter, I used to watch The Ultimate Fighter a lot. The series, not like, you know, where they do the house and everything. Two of the bros they're in the backyard and they got into a fight. They were on opposing teams. They got into a fight outside of the octagon. They're actually on the back patio. And they're tussling around for a little bit. And the one guy puts the other guy in an arm bar. And he picks him up and he just taps the guy's head on the concrete very lightly. Just taps him. Lets him know exactly what's up. And the guy who's doing the arm bar is like, oh, fuck. He gets up and he's like, what were you doing? What were you doing? You could have hurt me. You could have hurt me. He's like, why were you stupid enough to try and do an arm bar on concrete, you idiot? This is real. This is a fight. This isn't in the octagon, you fucking dummy. And he just rips the guy apart. And it's like, yeah, these moves don't work in a brawl. The UFC has rules. Brawling UFC is long over. Now there are rules and people play to the sport. It's less about the fight. It's the sport of the fight that they're doing within the confines. Like, for example, in Pride, I think you could still step on people's faces, or you could for a long time after UFC. You had to have a whole different perspective. You might get soccer kicked in the fucking mouth if you're on the ground in a Pride fight, and you better be ready for that. In UFC, they can't soccer kick you. You don't have to worry about it. You can get down on your hands and knees and start getting up and not worry about a foot coming and ending your life. These shows that have these women taking on men they're 100 pounds heavier. It's 100 pounds. These are 110-pound Hollywood women. We know how to fight. It's like you're grabbing a 220-pound man. That's a man. That's two of you. It will never happen. You're not going to throw him. You could swing for the fucking fences. You could throw your best punch and hit him, and he won't move. His head won't snap to the side unless he is moving away. You're not going to KO this man. It's just physics. They have weight classes to protect smaller men from big men. We live in a world where it's unfair for a professional 155-pound male fighter to fight a 220-pound fighter. Could you imagine Cain Velasquez hitting Conor McGregor? Conor could die. He could legitimately just get killed by a punch from that. And Connor is a sturdy motherfucker. Like, that's no shame on him. No, change Connor out with a woman and let's, because that's what Hollywood just does. They take a woman who's smaller than Conor McGregor and they have them beating up men bigger than Cain Velasquez. What the fuck are we talking about? Oh God. Sorry. The Cowboy Bebop thing. One, I don't know if you noticed, if you guys watched the trailer, I watched it. It rings very hollow. John Cho as Spike just doesn't, he's trying to be Spike. Like, he's trying to deliver that. I don't know what to make of it. It doesn't work for me. He's not able to pull it off. The fighting is weird and slow. And I don't know. I'm not a fan. I'm really worried that it's going to be garbage. It seems like the best parts of the show are going to be the little bantery parts, like what they had at the end where they're sitting down talking. But it doesn't look right. He looks old because he is old. John Cho's like 50. But him like noodles first. And Vicious sounded fucking weird. Vicious sounded really weird. I didn't like that. Cinema Queen, 50 is old for Spike. Spike's supposed to be 30. But I actually don't care about Jet Black being black. That doesn't bother me. Probably just because black guy did the voice and so he sounded black to me always. I never really paid attention. But Spike, man, or not Spike, Vicious sounded fucking weird. Very, very weird. Did not like the portrayal. The quintessential Vicious moment to me is when he comes up behind that weird little fucking midget guy with the big eyes, puts his sword right on the guy's eyeballs and says, "And their eyes will cry tears of scarlet." And he just slices his eyeballs and you're like, that's fucking awesome. And then you're like, when Vicious shows up in the trailer, it's like, Spike. It's like, what? That's not how Vicious sounds. What are you doing? What is going on? I don't know. It's going to be trash. I probably won't even watch it for a long time. Maybe I'll try and force myself if I'm going to be on a show talking about it, but it just sounds awful. Super Iron Bob says congressional subpoena power is limited to legislative and oversight purposes. There's some precedent on this. Yeah, the question is, it's a different question on whether they have the ability to issue this subpoena versus whether they have the ability to issue any subpoena. Some people have said to me that they have that they don't have the subpoena power at all. Now, I agree. There's an argument that they probably can't or possibly can't subpoena Roger Stone's documents. I don't know what documents they're after, but there may be some executive privilege issues there, and they may just not have the authority to go after those particular documents in general. I don't know. But some people were saying they don't. It's like congressional panels probably do have the power to subpoena. They may not be able to do this one, but they do have it in general. Ingrid Bainling says just pirate it. I mean, I have Netflix. I don't pay for Netflix. I get it from my parents pay for Netflix, and just we use their account. So I don't but I don't need to pirate it. I already have it. It's not like a thing, but okay. That is oh shit, I forgot to check Streamlabs. Just a second. Sorry about that. To the Streamlabs chatter. There's a couple here. Flandre Scarlet says it bears mentioning that the future dystopia pandemic depicted in Deus Ex had a virus more deadly than COVID, and government restrictions in said dystopia were less restrictive than we currently see, and the treatment wasn't mandated in a literal dystopia. The reason for that, though, is because if you had put these, if you had put the current restrictions in Deus Ex, no one would have believed it would work. No one would have believed it was happening. They'd have been like, that's way too ridiculous. That's too draconian for us. It's too ridiculous. So they wouldn't have, no society would do what we're, back when Deus Ex came out. I'm guessing you're talking about like late 90s or whatever. Like there's no way we would have actually thought that those restrictions would be in place. Bad Dragonite says, Nick, if you wish to reach your true potential, you must learn to fold your nose 1,000 times. The way that samurai fold their katanas, you will then know true power. How do you know it's not already folded 1,000 times? This nose is Nippon steel. Yuri Bezmenov says, I told you. What did I tell you? Didn't I tell you? Because I told you. And when did I tell you? A long time ago. And what did I say would happen when I told you? Exactly what just happened. Yep. Yuri Bezmenov, he called it. He's been correct ever since his interview came out. I don't know why, but I really Shadow, no, it won't be worth a watch in my opinion. Viva and Barnes are more interesting show than Tim Pool in my opinion. Why did I want to do Yuri Bezmenov's, why did I want to do that chat in a Jewish voice? I told you. What did I tell you? Didn't I tell you? Because I told you. And when did I tell you? A long time ago. What did I say would happen when I told you exactly what just happened? So anyway, I don't know why I wanted to read it that way. I was struggling against that. It's very weird. It's not how he talked at all. That's not what he sounded like. But the moment I started reading, I told you, what did I tell you? I was like, oh no, need good logic in here. You can help me out. So, okay. That's it. That's it for the show. Someone sent me a video of the outro, but I haven't actually gotten it yet. I haven't actually gotten the video of the outro uploaded yet. So I gotta grab it and do it. Hopefully I should have it for tomorrow. I haven't watched it yet, so I can't just play it tonight. I have to make sure. I'm sure it's okay, but I have to preview it before I do. So anyway, all right, guys, let's see.
Why you think you done it?
Okay, number one, Your Honor. Just look at him.
He talks like a fag, too.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Yeah, because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
Your Honor, I'm pretty sure we have a mistrial here, sir.
I'm going to mistrial my foot up your ass. You don't shut up.
All right, guys. There you go. There's some outro videos. I'll catch you later. Have a good night, guys. Peace. Peace.